Начинайте ровно за 10 секунд. Дамы и господа, добрый вечер! Из гостеприимной столицы Башкортостана Уфы в прямом эфире грандиозное боксерское шоу «Лига ставок. Ночь чемпионов IBA». Сегодня нас ожидают 6 зубодробительных поединков, в том числе 2 главных события вечера. Бой за титул чемпиона мира по версии WBA Muslim GADGIMAGOMEDOV против Леона Харта, а также титульный бой за звание чемпиона мира IBA весовой категории до 60 килограммов. BATYRGAZIEV против Альберта Пагары. Вечер бокса проходит в рамках программы форума «Россия. Спортивная держава». Турнир представляют Международная боксерская ассоциация IBA и ее президент Умар Назарович Кремлев, генеральный партнер IBA «Газпром», промоутеры «Динамо Боксинг» и Iron and Gloves Promotions при поддержке Федерации бокса России и масштабном участии правительства Республики Башкортостан. Дамы и господа, представляю официальных лиц. Супервайзер IBA, судья международной категории Михаил Леонов, Россия. Судьи и рефери Валерий Пастухов, Молдова, Анар Бабанли, Азербайджан, Лука Вадилонга, Италия и Сергей Журкин, Россия. Хронометрист Ильдар Махмутов, врач турнира Виктория Гамеева, Россия. Итак, дамы и господа, если вы готовы, мы готовы. Представляю вашему вниманию первый бой вечера. Нас ожидают 10 раундов за титул WBA Asia East в наилегчайшем весе. И первым черный угол. Добро пожаловать, боксеры из Намибии. Эммануэль Жозеф.
A very warm welcome, everybody, to this IBA Champions Night in Ufa, Russia. Our opening fight of the night is between Vasily EGOROV and the man you are looking at here, Immanuel Joseph. This is 10 rounds for a WBA Asia flyweight title. Joseph from Namibia. Good record, 15 wins, 4 defeats, 1 draw. He's not been especially active in the 10 years that he's been a pro. Lost his first 2 fights, actually, then a couple in 2018. Won the WBO Africa flyweight title in 2021. Defended that a couple of times. Namibia have produced good fighters, so you think about Julius Ndongo in recent times, Paulus Moses. He's boxed in Namibia and South Africa, so this is a first real road trip for Immanuel Joseph.
Дамы и господа, добро пожаловать в золотой угол ринга. Боксер из России Vasily EGOROV.
A very decorated amateur, Vasily EGOROV, 2-time European champion, a silver medalist at the World Championships, an Olympian, has kept that amateur career going until recently. May plan to continue to keep it going. Something, of course, that fighters are more than able to do. He boxed as a pro for the first time as SUBKHANKULOV in July. It was an interesting fight against Jesse Espinas. He won the fight, but he did get put down in the 4th round by a right hand. He was caught a bit square as he was coming in. The punch was well timed. It didn't really hurt him, but it did put him down. So that was an interesting thing to happen to him on professional debut, but he handled it well enough. As I say, he's got very, very good amateur credentials, and you can see that in the quality of his boxing.
Итак, дамы и господа, нас ожидает 10 раундов бокса за титул WBA Asia East в наилегчайшем весе. Представляю официальных лиц. Супервайзер WBA Сергей Хурсанов. Судьи в рингсайде: Рикардо Дункан, Сильвестре Абаинза и Густаво Падилья. Рефери в ринге: Сальвадор Сальва, Испания. Представляю участников этого боя и первый боксера слева от меня в черном углу. Ему 32 года, рост 162 сантиметра, вес 50 и 56 килограмма. Его рекорд насчитывает 20 боев, 15 побед, 4 поражения и 1 ничья, 7 ярких побед нокаутом. Представляющий Виндхук, Намибия, Эммануэль Жозеф. Боксеру в золотом углу ринга 31 год. Его рост также 162 сантиметра, а вес 50,7 килограмма. Пятикратный чемпион России, двукратный чемпион Европы, финалист чемпионата мира, участник Олимпийских игр, заслуженный мастер спорта из Якутска, Россия, Василий Егоров! И предматчевый инструктаж от рефери Сальвадора Сальва.
Final checks being made here by the referee. They'll always inspect the gloves, make sure that thumb is attached, check the belt line, check the gum shield.
Remember what I told you in the dressing room, okay? Obey my commands, protect yourself at all times, and good luck. Bring out good fight.
Первый раунд.
Yegorov boxing out of the gold corner. He's in the white and gold, setting up in the southpaw stance. Josef boxing out of the black corner, boxing orthodox. They're scheduled 4-10, so Yegorov going straight into a 10-round fight in just his second pro contest, which is good to see. He's so experienced. Good left hand there, and then just rolled off to his left-hand side. Look at Josef, he's got a wiry kind of angular frame to him. He's in good shape. Long arms. Physically, they're quite similar, actually. Just drops his knees and looks for that left hand into the body, and then Yegorov with a slight balance issue as he was pulling back there. But Josef happy to get close and let his hands go. I think this is going to be a good fight. Nice lead left hand there from Josef. If anything, I think he's got the reach advantage on Yegorov, the Namibian fighter. Good single left hand there from Yegorov, and again when he throws it he gets nice and low and moves off to his left hand side. What he's got to be careful of, Yegorov, is getting caught as he comes forward, because Josef is happy to let those hands go. Both throwing it exactly the same time there. I think the left hand of Yegorov maybe just got there slightly before the right hand of Josef.
Stop. Okay? Okay? Yes, box.
It's been a good opening round. Not too much really clean has got through. They're both on the borderline of range a lot of the time. And when they have thrown, mostly the punches have been caught on gloves. Slightly wider left hand there from EGOROV. Again, did just land mainly on the gloves. The defences for these two has been quite good so far. There was the right hand that just sent him reeling backwards slightly. As mentioned, he did get put down in that fight at SUBKHANKULOV a couple of months ago. He has got to be a little bit careful that he doesn't bring that back foot around too much and end up standing quite square, because when you stand like that, you don't really have the ability to soak much up. The punch will rock you back onto your heels, and if it rocks you any further than that, you're going to end up going down. Darts in nice and quick there, Joseph, and let the right hand go to the body. That's the kind of range that he likes it at. Looking for the left hand underneath there, EGOROV. There's that single left hand. He throws that well, and then, as I've been saying, rolls off to his left-hand side. This is good and busy from the pair of them, though. Difficult to take too much from Josef's record, and as I mentioned, he's not been that active. He's had just a couple of fights in the last 3 years. This is his third in 3 years, and the level of opposition hasn't been all that high most of the time, so hard to know how much credit to give him for the wins that he has had, but he's well set up here. He's in good condition. And he certainly has no apprehension about this whatsoever. He sees this as a great opportunity. He'll know that he's up against it because he's away from home and he's in with a really good fighter, but he's making a good fist of things so far. EGOROV, again, just throws that left hand, dips, gets underneath, throws the left hand again, this time into the body. Just beginning to build a little bit of rhythm here, possibly, the Russian. Good jab to the body there from Josef. But EGOROV has just increased the pressure a touch in the second half of this second round. Nice wide left hand there from him. Straight right hand from Josef. He's making Josef work hard here. Fights at this weight can so often be very, very entertaining to watch because the technical level is high, the output is high, they throw a lot of punches. It's action-packed stuff often, right from the first round to the 10th, or 12th even. You can see the scuffing on the side of the forehead there of EGOROV. That's the jab, I think. Or maybe more likely that long right hand, actually. Josef. There's a left into the body from EGOROV. Into the third. Decent combination there from Josef. Good jab from Yegorov. Left hand straight down the middle from the Russian, and then just dips the knees and goes down to the body. He mixes that up well. Again, just in and out slightly with the feet there, Yegorov. Just messing with the distance of Josef. Then goes with that left into the body, then backs him up to the ropes. And again, this is really good pressure from the Russian fighter. He's making Josef punch when he doesn't really want to punch. The Namibian is having to work hard to keep his opponent off him here. Happy to take a step into the middle of the ring here, Josef, and let those hands go. But again, he's just creeping in there, Yegorov. That pressure with the front foot's impressive. Right hand there from Josef. Yegorov was just caught on the way in with that one. Aggressive there from Josef. I think he knows that he's just getting put under it a bit here, and he cannot allow that to continue to happen. There's not much in this. It's a very competitive fight, but you can just see those signs in that second round, second half of the second round, first half of this third round, that Yegorov is just bit by bit looking like he can dictate terms. And again, you see just in and out with that front foot, mostly holding the centre. And Josef there again just realised that he needs to get back into the middle of the ring if possible. Good right hand there from him. Final 10 seconds around three. Yegorov just short with the left hand there. Again, just a little feint with the front foot. And then covers off the movement there of Immanuel Josef. It's a good fight, this. Josef, as I say, has been put under some serious pressure here. It'll be interesting to see if Yegorov can just keep increasing this, just keep raising the tempo. Because if he can, I'll be interested to see what he could do in the second half of the fight. Josef isn't in any great trouble just yet, but I think 3 rounds in, the pace is high. It's hard work. He did catch him with a couple of decent shots in that round, but Yegorov threw plenty of good quality himself. Coming up after this, we've got Azaliya AMINEVA, who we also saw in SUBKHANKULOV a few weeks ago. Artur SUBKHANKULOV, Muslim GADGIMAGOMEDOV defending his WBA Bridgeweight title. He won on that same night. But BATYRGAZIEV, who was in action then too. It's a bit of a reunion. They've all had the same amount of rest. He defends his IBA 60-kilo title that he won against Lazaro Alvarez. He's in with Pagara. GADGIMAGOMEDOV with Leon HARTH. And Danis GABDRAFIKOV as well. It's a good card, good quality all the way down the card. He's come out quite quick at the start of the round here, Josef, and I make that a good move. little left hand into the body is a good punch from Yegorov. He gets low, really low. But stays tight and compact. That's a lovely long left hand there from Yegorov. Timed that well. Good 1-2 there from Josef. Got nice and close there. Good range on it. Caught Yegorov. Feet clashing, the front feet clashing there, I think, which is something that often happens when you have a southpaw up against an orthodox fighter. Both just short with lead hands. This is the final minute of round 4, and again the punch output from this pair has been high in this round. It's been high from the start. This has been fought at a really good tempo. It will test both of them out if they're going to keep this up for the whole 10 rounds. It's a tight round, this one. Josef has had a good round here, though, because, as I was saying, I thought the tide was just beginning to build against him in those previous 2 rounds, but he's looked to take the centre more in this 4th.
10 seconds.
And try and make sure that he's not being expertly manoeuvred around the ring by Yegorov, which is something that had begun to happen. Nice right hand into the body there from Josef. So into the 5th. Vasily Yegorov in the white, Immanuel Josef in the black. Wasn't too much in the opening round. I'd say rounds 2 and 3 were Yegorov rounds. The last one we just saw, you could make a case for either one of them. Maybe Josef got that one. Looking for that right hand there, Josef steps in. That was a nice crisp 1-2 from Yegorov. The left hand got through. The jab, I think, just disrupted the gloves, and then the left hand got through. Again, a well-timed left hand there from Yegorov, just as Josef was looking to try and open out. These two just revolving around each other in the centre of the ring. He backs his hand speed, Egorov. When he sees Joseph open out, he's happy to throw. You can say the same thing the other way around, though. Heading towards the final minute of round 5. Little stamp of the front foot there from Joseph. Plenty of feints thrown by both of these two fighters. Look at the feet there of Egorov. They are very, very good. They're always the same distance apart. He just creeps forward. That back one goes where that front foot takes it. Always looking to fire back with that right hand, Joseph. When he's under some pressure, that's the punch that he looks for. Closing seconds of round 5. Almost at the halfway stage. There's that left into the body. We haven't seen Egorov throw that all that much in the last round or so, but it's worked well for him. Kind of punch that can start to pay dividends later in a fight.
10 seconds.
There goes the bell. Halfway through this one, scheduled for 10. It's a really good watch. Good opening fight of the night.
Да подожди, сначала здесь движение идет у тебя на передней руке, на дистанции вызов, да? И ты этой передней рукой где-то разрыв заполнен. Если на нее тачишь, прям здесь, с нее прям встреча. Либо с этой руки накидываешь, левой не вставляйся, а накидывай левой, а с этой акцент. И тяни левую, понимаешь, о чем речь? На правый сбоку выделись. Туда не лезь, левую, не проваливай, это тебя тоже вызывает. Только устал, движение не хватит, понял?
Шестой.
Бокс!
So into the 6th. And that's the distance these two have been at right from the start, really. Just in and out with those front feet. When one throws, the other one is happy to throw back immediately.
Hide the punches. Tiger. Watch the feet, both of you. Watch the feet, watch the feet.
Canvas just a little bit slippy in the centre there. You can see it just riding up slightly by the advertising transfers. It's maybe just a little bit loose in the middle there, so when they put that front foot forward, it gives a bit, maybe a little bit too much, actually. Jab to the body. Joseph again looking to try and get on the front foot as much as he can in this round, and he's done a good job of arresting that momentum that Egorov looked like he was building in rounds 2, 3, 4. Left hand into the body there from Egorov. And Joseph flicking that jab, snapping it out nice and quick, bringing it back quick. And he's the one who's looking to try and push Egorov into the corners. In this round particularly, he's looking to up the gears a touch, Joseph here. And you look at the way that canvas is giving under their feet in the middle of the ring. I don't think it's really tight enough. I don't think it's been stretched quite tight enough. You can see the transfers moving there as they put their feet down, and that shouldn't really happen. It's too loose. Right hand into the body there from Joseph. He looked for the left into the body. There, Egorov. Nice 1-2 from the Namibian. And this is interesting. Through round 6, there might not be too much in this. Egorov, I think, will feel that he's ahead, but Joseph has has looked to try and get a grip on things in this round, I would say, and in the previous round. He's outworked Yegorov in this 6th round. I don't think there's any doubt about that.
10 seconds. Watch the feet.
There goes the bell. And I think we could be in for a good finish here. 4 rounds to go. I don't see there being a stoppage in this fight, but Josef has just got the wind in his sails a little bit here over the course of the last couple of rounds. It's possible he could have been 4 down through 4. Not a lot in a couple of them, but it's possible. But he's definitely got on the scoreboard in that round we've just seen, probably in the round before as well, or certainly there's a strong possibility of it. So depending on how the judges are seeing this, this could be tight with 4 rounds to go.
Секундантный заряд. 7-й раунд.
Box.
Yegorov just needs to try and get on the jab. He needs to be busier than he was in that previous round. 10 rounds is a long time. He doesn't have experience over this kind of duration, whereas his opponent does.
Watch the feet.
Referee telling them to watch the feet, but there's not really very much they can do about it because those front feet are bound to clash at times. It's just the nature of the business when you've got a right-hander up against a left-hander. That was a good stiff jab there from Josef. Jab to the body there from Yegorov, but he got caught by right hand as he was pulling back out. Right hand there from Josef, well timed again as Yegorov was looking to come forward. The referee's called timeout there. There was a clash of heads, I think, and there's a cut on the forehead. The ringside doctor will take a look at that, and it could be a bit of an issue because the blood may well run into the eye. I don't think the cut itself is all that bad.
Just a moment.
But given where it is, if the blood runs into the eye, then that can be tricky. And there you go, you see the clash of heads there, and immediately the cut opens. We're beyond the completion of 4 rounds, of course, so if the fight is stopped due to this cut, we will go to the scorecards. And I think the referee is saying that the fight is going to have to be stopped in, yet was her response. And the referee, I'm pretty sure, has just told the supervisors that we are going to go to the scorecards. I haven't really had a great look at this yet to see how bad it is, but that seemed to be the communication from the referee. The fight is over. You heard that on the ring microphone there, and we will go to the scorecards. It's a shame because it was a good fight. It was a really good fight, and I think we were in for a good finish there. In terms of the scoring, there wasn't much in the opening round. Rounds 2 and 3 I thought were Yegorov rounds. 4, 5 and 6. 4 I thought was pretty relatively tight. Probably still a Yegorov round. 5 and 6. Certainly 6 I felt was a JOSEF round, maybe 5 as well. So I don't think there's an awful lot in this, not the way I'm seeing it. But there's the clash of heads, and we're just denied what would have been a good conclusion, which is a shame because, as I say, it was good from the beginning, but it was shaping up well towards the end. And you look at JOSEF there, he's just going to have to wait now and see what the cards deliver. But the doctor had a good look at that. Took her time, had a good look and decided that it was just too deep, and there's a lot of blood coming from it. They've not really been able to stem the flow of blood at all, and it's going to run down into the eyes. There's always a chance that it'll get diverted down the bridge of the nose, but if there's enough blood, then it's going to end up in the eye. It affects the vision, and it becomes a big problem. WBA Asia East flyweight title on the line here. Just one of those unfortunate things. They were both moving forward at the same time. They're both about the same height. Foreheads clashed, and sometimes you'll get away with that and there won't be any damage. But not this time, unfortunately. Well, you can see it there. It doesn't look great, does it? And as I said, the doctor took her time, had a good look at it, and decided that it was not going to be possible for the fight to continue. And it may take a little bit of time for him to recover from that, EGOROV. Enforced absence from the ring beckons, and that's a better angle actually. It is quite wide and looks quite deep.
You put the... Yes.
Дамы и господа, поединок остановлен в 7-м раунде на отметке 1 минута и 33 секунды ввиду рассечения, полученного из-за столкновения головами у бойца из золотого угла. Мы переходим к судейским запискам. Судья Густаво Падилья, 70-63. Судья Рикардо Дункан, 70-63. Судья Сильвестре Абаинза, 67-66. Таким образом, единогласным решением судей победу по очкам одержал и стал чемпионом WBA Asia East в наилегчайшем весе из Намибии Эммануэль Жозеф.
Immanuel Joseph gets it on the cards. I'm afraid I don't speak Russian, so I can't translate those scores for you, whether it was a unanimous decision, a split decision, a majority decision, but it was close. I said it was close heading through those 6 rounds, and it could have been very, very tight. And they've all gone his way. I thought the first 3 rounds, EGOROV had the better. 4, 5, and 6, probably JOSEF had the better of it. But he's got the decision. And that is a massive win for him away from home, Immanuel Joseph. A really, really big win. A shame we didn't get to see the final 4 rounds. It really was. I'd imagine Vasily Yegorov will be keen to do that again. Personally, I think I probably would have had that a draw through 6. But there's the head clash, but it was close. I felt it was a close fight. Impressed though with the way that Joseph really dug in, because Yegorov, from where I was sitting, was beginning to just increase the pressure and dictate terms a bit through rounds 2 and 3. Applying that pressure in an educated way, but he came right back into it, Joseph, and he got the nod. All credit to him. Next up, we've got Azaliya AMINEVA against Sahiba.
6-раундовый по 2 минуты поединок в весовой категории до 66 килограммов. Приветствуйте на пути в черный угол ринга из Индии Sahiba.
22 years old, Sahiba, 2 fights and 2 wins. Turned pro earlier this year, making a debut in May, and then boxed again in August, both times in India. Won by majority decision the first time, and by stoppage the second time, both scheduled for 4 rounds. The stoppage coming in the 3rd round in that most recent fight.
Дамы и господа, а в золотой угол ринга добро пожаловать представляющая Октябрьский Башкортостан Азалия AMINEVA!
So here comes Azaliya AMINEVA, 2021 European Youth Champion, on debut in SUBKHANKULOV in July, won by 1st round stoppage against Rahima Mafundo. Boxed at the World Championships in 2023. The 2nd pro outing tonight.
Итак, дамы и господа, нас ожидают 6 раундов бокса в весовой категории 66 килограммов. Представляю участниц этого боя и первым бойца в черном углу. Ей 22 года, ее рост 175 сантиметров, а вес 65 килограммов и 200 граммов. Ее рекорд насчитывает 2 боя, во всех одержанные победы, в том числе 1 нокаутом, представляющая Харьяну, Индия, Sahiba. Боксеру в золотом углу 21 год. Ее рост 174 сантиметра, а вес 65,6 килограмма. Двукратная чемпионка России, победитель первенства Европы и мира, чемпионка игр БРИКС, мастер спорта международного класса, представляющая Октябрьский Башкортостан, Россия, Азалия AMINEVA!
So 6 in the welterweight division here. Azaliya, AMINEVA 1-0 up against Raj Sahiba 2-0.
Listen, my command, head up, no holding, no low blow, okay? Check and good luck.
AMINEVA in the white, Sahiba in the black. Nothing between them really in terms of pro experience, age, height. But in terms of amateur pedigree, a big difference between the pair of them. AMINEVA southpaw, Sahiba boxing orthodox. So another case of a left-handed Russian against a right-handed away corner fighter. And the away corner scored a big win in that opening contest. Immanuel Joseph getting the nod against Vasily EGOROV. To use the jab there, AMINEVA, but she fights straight back at Sahiba as she does again there, and snap the head back of AMINEVA. Good balance to her, Sahiba. Nicely set up. Could have stayed tight and compact, I think, in the face of the Russian, who's got much longer levers. Little bit ponderous with that left hand there, AMINEVA. She's got to make sure that whatever she throws, it goes out quick, it comes back quick, and again there, leads up with the hook, is standing up tall, and Sahiba's looking to try and come back with the right hand. She's shaping here, AMINEVA. Little feint with the front foot, and throws that lead right hand. Sahiba, I think, will
No hold, no hold.
fancy this after the opening stages and feel that there's a good chance she can get into range here. I'd like to see her be a little bit more aggressive here, Sahiba, actually, after the start that she's had in this opening round. There's not been loads in it, but I think the more telling punches, 2 or 3 of them have been landed by her. AMINEVA slightly hesitant, slightly cautious at times, and if the Indian fighter just looks to close that gap nice and quick, move ahead on the way in, then I think we could see a very interesting fight here. Nice jab there from AMINEVA, and that is the strength that she has. But there's that 1-2 from Sahiba, and that might be enough to win that round for her. AMINEVA needs to use that jab. She's got the height and reach advantage here. Not much in the height when you saw it on the tail of the tape, but she's definitely got the reach advantage. She's got long, long arms. And I think she just needs to gamble a bit here, Sahiba. That was the opening round. It's the first 2 minutes. You don't want to go help for leather straight away, but I do think that's what she needs to do. She's already seen an away corner win. It can be done. Just already looking a bit sharper at the start of the second round here, AMINEVA. And this is better from her. Just the movements are more precise, they're quicker, they've got more snap in them, and that's exactly what she needed. I think she was just a little bit lackluster in that opening round, a little bit lethargic, to be honest. But it'd be good to see her just use that lead hand, just throw that jab. It's such an obvious weapon for her. Just keep throwing it. Good jab. Up from the waist, explodes into the eye line. Nice counter left hand there from AMINEVA. Wouldn't be surprised if the corner got after her a bit after that first round and said, listen, that wasn't good enough. You were sluggish. You've got to be sharper than that. Walks in a bit behind that left hand there, AMINEVA, after after just waving that lead hand in the face of Sahiba. That's better, good range from the Russian. Sahiba just struggling to get up a bit in this second round so far. Lead uppercut there from AMINEVA. And another left straight down the middle. She's had a good round here after a pretty poor opening round, I thought.
Stay back, stay back. Box.
And caught right at the end of the round now, Sahiba, by a crisp shot from AMINEVA, who got started in that second round. First round, she didn't really get out of the blocks, but she certainly did there.
Ее дергать надо, да, ее дергать надо. Она...
Смотри, видишь, приучил ты ее по прямой. Вот теперь используй вот эти моменты. Да. Смотри, сзади, вперед, с уходом, задний отсюда. Улетел сюда. Все капает. Навстречу. Навстречу боковой. И кидай плечи.
Секунданты за ринг. Seconds out. Третий раунд.
So into the third. Jab to the body there from AMINEVA, and then uses the uppercut, and she's utilising those tools pretty effectively. One time she does look a bit vulnerable is when she did what she did there, which is just stepped forward and looked to lead off with her rear hand, which is her left hand. Trying to let her hands go a little bit closer there, AMINEVA. Sahiba, I think, will have been encouraged by that opening round, but not quite as much so by the second round. That's good reflexes from AMINEVA. I thought after the opener that she would have a good shot here at closing that gap and really getting on top of AMINEVA. But it's not proved to be the case. Left-handed to the body there from the Russian, another good shot.
No hold, no hold.
रेस करो कितना ही हो खेलना है ये बताओ कितना ही हो ना क्या हो ठीक है क्या बोल रहे हैं वो कितना ही हो ना खेलना पड़ेगा पूरा गेम मतलब स्लो कर दिया उसने वो स्लो कर दो राउंड हारी है एक राउंड प्लीज ये राउंड पूरा चेंज करना पड़ेगा साहिबा तुम आगे जाओ पंच नहीं हो रहा तुम्हारा वो गेम स्लो कर दो उसको फॉलो मत करो तुम अपना गेम खेलो हेड मूवमेंट गो फॉरवर्ड पंच 3-4 पंच सेकंड आउट गो फॉरवर्ड पंच प्लीज
बॉक्स
साहिबा पंच वेरी गुड थोड़ा जाओ थोड़ा आगे जाओ हेड मूवमेंट हाँ वेरी गुड ठीक है थोड़ा हेड मूवमेंट से डायरेक्ट बच जाओ
Into the second half of the fight, scheduled for 6. AMINEVA in the white, Sahiba in the black. AMINEVA, after a slow start, has boxed well since then. And you look at her there, you look at the physique on her there, and the natural advantages she has are obvious. She does have a serious wingspan, and when she chooses to use it, it's difficult to get inside that jab. It's difficult really to get too near her. Every now and again she'll do that. She'll throw that left-hand lead, and that just brings her closer to her opponent and makes her more hittable. I'm not sure it's a particularly good shot for her, because when she throws it, there's not that much on it. Set it up with the jab and then throw it by all means, but just to step in and throw it as a single punch, I'm not sure it's all that advisable. That's a well-timed left hand there from AMINEVA. Goes orthodox, the Russian. Briefly switches back to southpaw and immediately lands a jab. Uses those reflexes, keeps her hands low for the most part, but has them up there, so it's not like they're around her waist all of the time. She likes to mix it up. Good purchase on the left hand there. Really set, good biting point on it. You can see the arm judder as that landed. The shockwave goes up the arm when the fighter lands a good solid shot. Two more to go here. This scheduled for 6 in the welterweight division. And AMINEVA being taken to rounds here after a first round stoppage on her pro debut back in July. That's a good combination there from Sahiba. That time she was in range. And AMINEVA can get caught standing a bit tall with her chin up in the air when she mixes it up at close range. As she gets in tighter to her opponent, she needs to try and stay a bit lower. Taller fighters do like it at that distance a lot of the time, because they can really dig their toes in and get some real leverage with those long arms, but you've got to keep that chin down. And this will suit Sahiba more, the kind of fight they're having in this 5th round so far. AMINEVA just needs to keep it on the outside.
No holding. Box.
There's that kind of lazy left hand she throws every now and again, which I don't think can ever really lead to anything good. Into the final 30 seconds of round 5. Good left hand into the body there from AMINEVA. Again, just comes in a bit tall and square there as she lets her hands go. The back foot came round and her feet are following her fists a bit. These are the kinds of things she needs to be careful of, because as a tall fighter, if you stand up too straight, that chin too high and walk in like that, you can find yourself in trouble. But that was good. Sets her feet nicely there and finishes the round strongly.
смотри, наглей здесь смотри, наглей в ближнем бою тоже побоксируй. Не расслабляйся, здесь не любители же. Здесь соберись, и там сломай ее. Выйди, здесь сломай ее.
Good jab when she throws that up from the waist. Particularly as a southpaw, it does have a habit of finding its way through the guard. I think what he's saying to her there is that when you throw that left hand, throw it like you mean it, because sometimes she just pushes it out there. Any punch that goes out slow and comes back slow is dangerous to the person who throws it. You're better off not throwing it at all. Right hand there, short right hand from Sahiba. Again, as AMINEVA was just caught standing up a bit too straight.
Stop, listen. You, keep your head up. Box.
But this has been a good choice of opponent for AMINEVA. Sahiba, as I've been saying, is tight, is fairly compact. She doesn't give loads away. And she has been looking to get her punches off and bring some pressure to AMINEVA. And she's going to do 6 decent rounds here. Good jab, good lead right hand there from AMINEVA. The front feet clashed, I think, and that's why she took a little stumble step there, Sahiba. But she's letting that left hand go there, AMINEVA. Sahiba trying to tuck up behind that shoulder. Did it semi-effectively. Nice 1-2. Uses that up jab and then pulls the left hand in right behind it. And you've got 2 punches coming at completely different trajectories. One coming up from the waist, the other coming in at eye line.
Keep your head up. Box.
Final few seconds.
Stop. Stop. Step back.
And there goes the bell. Decent contest. And a good outing for AMINEVA there. Plenty to work on, but it's still early. Sahiba, as I said, was a good choice of opponent there. That's 6 rounds for AMINEVA. She made a slow start, but recovered from it. That's not a bad experience to have. Sometimes fighters, for whatever reason, could just be a bit flat, but she came out for the second a lot snappier. And as described, she has some good natural tools. And if she can exploit them to their absolute maximum, then she's going to be a difficult fighter to cope with, because she does have a pretty crazy reach on her. Just waiting for Sahiba to get those gloves off and take her place in the centre of the ring.
Дамы и господа, прежде чем прозвучит имя победителя, Давайте поблагодарим обеих девушек за этот прекрасный и яркий поединок. Итак, в этом бою единогласным решением судей победу по очкам одержала из золотого угла Азалия AMINEVA.
So AMINEVA gets the decision on points. There wasn't any real doubt about that. After a slow start, recovered to box pretty well. And she goes to 2-0.
Good fight, good fight.
Дамы и господа, рядом со мной победитель этого боя Азалия AMINEVA. Азалия, уже во второй раз в Уфе в рамках большого шоу IBA вы деретесь, одержали вторую яркую победу, на этот раз не досрочную, прошли всю дистанцию. Короткие, самые первые и важные эмоции.
Конечно, эмоции положительные. Ко мне приехал чуть ли не весь Октябрьский, чтобы меня поддержать. Большое спасибо, Октябрьский, я тебя очень люблю. И, конечно же, хотела выразить благодарность своим тренерам Савкину Александру Васильевичу и Савкину Василию Степановичу. То, что всегда со мной, всегда меня поддерживают. И большое спасибо Шукуровичу, Муталибову Альберту Шукуровичу.
Ну и вопрос, который напрашивается сам собой, кто дальше? Возможно, какое-то имя прозвучит. Возможно, девушка из Алжира, та самая.
Кстати, она так и не ответила на мой вызов. Мы все еще ждем, мы готовы.
Дамы и господа, Азалия AMINEVA. Россия против Альберта Пагары, Филиппины. Совсем скоро мы продолжим.
Движение вперед – это технологии заботы о будущем. То, что казалось ненужным, становится важным звеном в развитии. Каждая переработанная бутылка – движение в сторону экономики замкнутого цикла. Пластиковые отходы очищаются и измельчаются на специализированных предприятиях, и совсем скоро они станут частью экологичной упаковки для воды и продуктов. СИБУ запускает уникальное производство ПЭТ-гранул с содержанием вторичного сырья, чтобы дарить пластику вторую жизнь. Здесь работают люди с общими ценностями, которые меняют мир. Мы заботимся об экологии на каждом этапе, поэтому производство работает, используя энергию солнца. По специальной технологии мы смешиваем вторичный пластик и первичное сырье и получаем уникальный материал ELIME. Безопасный для продуктов питания материал проходит проверку качества на производстве и в независимых лабораториях. Мы делаем возможным, чтобы ежегодно более миллиарда пластиковых бутылок перерабатывались и использовались повторно. Выбирая ELIME, каждый из нас может сделать вклад в экологичное будущее. Потому что ELIME – это движение вперед.
Группа компаний «Садовое кольцо», федеральный девелопер, который строит комфортные и современные жилые дома в 3 регионах России – Московской области, Татарстане и Башкортостане. В Уфе «Садовое кольцо» недавно завершило строительство уникального жилого комплекса «Таунхаус» в новом районе «Планета». На последние квартиры действует скидка 25%. Не упустите свой шанс.
Друзья, любой бой станет еще круче с лигой ставок. Регистрируйтесь, получайте фрибет 4444 и делайте ставки на самые яркие поединки. Садовое кольцо. Официальный партнер Садовое World.
Ладно. Группа компаний «Садовое кольцо» – федеральный девелопер, который строит комфортные и современные жилые дома в 3 регионах России – Московской области, Татарстане и Башкортостане. В Уфе «Садовое кольцо» недавно завершило строительство уникального жилого комплекса «Таунхаус» в новом районе «Планета». На последние квартиры действует скидка 25%. Не упустите свой шанс.
ставок увеличила приветственный фрибет. Регистрируйтесь и получите бонус 4444. Делайте ставки на лучший бокс.
Подписывайтесь на телеграм-канал IBA. Все главные новости бокса и лучшие фото и видео. Отсканируйте QR-код на экране и будьте частью семьи IBA. Дамы и господа, прошу приветствуйте в ринге исполняющий обязанности премьер-министра правительства Республики Башкортостан Андрей Геннадьевич Назаров.
Уфа! Мы с вами в этом году уже третий раз проводим ночь чемпиона IBA, демонстрируя, что Башкортостан одна из лучших площадок для проведения международных боев, чтобы показывать самые лучшие бои. При том, что именно в Башкортостане есть уже и свои бойцы, которые участвуют в самых лучших поединках. Это, конечно, Азалия AMINEVA, которая только что выиграла бой. Это Данис GABDRAFIKOV, это Артур SUBKHANKULOV, который сейчас выйдет и покажет свое мастерство. Но самое главное, что сегодня в Башкортостане большой праздник международного масштаба. Проходит форум «Россия – спортивная держава». И сейчас вот я вышел к вам, чтобы поприветствовать вас. А президент Российской Федерации Владимир Путин приземляется в нашем Уфимском аэропорту для того, чтобы поддержать спорт России, поддержать всех спортсменов и провести здесь Государственный совет и форум. Поблагодарим его за это. Спасибо Владимиру Путину за поддержку спорта и здорового образа жизни. Башкортостан имеет соответствующую инфраструктуру, насчитывающую 13 тысяч объектов. И в этом году мы еще добавили комплекс гребного слалома, центр фехтования, дворец борьбы. И начинаем сейчас, после этих мероприятий, сразу же строить центр прогресса бокса. Поздравляю всех с этим. Всем удачных боев и хорошего настроения. Спасибо.
Исполняющий обязанности премьер-министра правительства Республики Башкортостан Андрей Геннадьевич Назаров. Ну, а нас, дамы и господа, ожидают еще 4 поединка. Все самое интересное, конечно же, впереди. И мы начнем буквально через считанные минуты.
Друзья, для ставок увеличены приветственный фрибет. Регистрируйтесь и получите бонус 4444. Делайте ставки на лучший бокс.
Движение вперед – это технологии, заботы о будущем. То, что казалось ненужным, становится важным звеном в развитии. Каждая переработанная бутылка – движение в сторону экономики замкнутого цикла. Пластиковые отходы очищаются и измельчаются на специализированных предприятиях, и совсем скоро они станут частью экологичной упаковки для воды и продуктов. СИБУ запускает уникальное производство подграмм с содержанием вторичного сырья, чтобы дарить пластику вторую жизнь. Здесь работают люди с общими ценностями, которые меняют мир. Мы заботимся об экологии на каждом этапе, поэтому Производство работает, используя энергию солнца. По специальной технологии мы смешиваем вторичный пластик и первичное сырье и получаем уникальный материал вивелен РПЭТ. Безопасный для продуктов питания материал проходит проверку качества на производстве и в независимых лабораториях. Мы делаем возможным, чтобы ежегодно более миллиарда пластиковых бутылок перерабатывались и использовались повторно. Выбирая вивелен, каждый из нас может сделать вклад в экологичное будущее. Потому что вивелен – это движение вперед.
Друзья, любой бой станет еще круче. Слишком ставок. Регистрируйтесь, получайте ELIME 4444. Идет доставка на самые яркие поединки.
Дамы и господа, добрый вечер! Из гостеприимной столицы Башкортостана, Уфы, в прямом эфире Матч ТВ, Лига ставок, Ночь чемпионов IBA! Сегодня нас ожидают 4 зубодробительных поединка, в том числе 2 главных события вечера. 12-раундовый бой за титул чемпиона мира по версии WBA в Бриджер-вейте. Муслим GADGIMAGOMEDOV Россия, Леон HARTH Германия. А также главное событие вечера. 10 раундов за титул чемпиона мира IBA весовой категории до 60 килограммов. BATYRGAZIEV Россия против Альберта Пагары, Филиппины. Вечер бокса проходит в рамках программы форума «Россия. Спортивная держава». Турнир представляют Международная боксерская ассоциация IBA и ее президент Умар Назарович Кремлев. Генеральный партнер IBA «Газпром». Промоутеры «Динамо Боксинг» и Iron and Gloves Promotions при поддержке Федерации бокса России и масштабном участии правительства Республики Башкортостан. Итак, дамы и господа, открывает программу основного карда. 10-раундовый поединок за титул чемпиона WBA Asia во втором полулегком весе. И первым добро пожаловать в черный угол ринга из Китая Венсong Лю.
Next up, we have a contest over 10 rounds or fewer for the WBA Asia Super Featherweight title. This is Wensong Liu of China. 11 wins, 3 defeats, and a draw. He's won the WBO Oriental Featherweight title in the past. And also the WBC Asian Super Featherweight title, which he unfortunately lost in his most recent fight in June. That was by 6th round stoppage against a fighter called Rio Nakai.
Дамы и господа, сейчас приветствуйте на пути в золотой угол ринга из Уфы, Башкортостан, Артур SUBKHANKULOV.
Here comes the hometown fighter, Artur SUBKHANKULOV from Ufa, 32 years old. Undefeated as a professional, an experienced international amateur, boxed in World Series boxing. Won in SUBKHANKULOV in July against the 15-0 Abed Kasongo. Then here in Ufa in August, had an 8-round win against Roland Garros. That was a good fight. Last June took down another undefeated fighter in Ablakan Husainov, who was 12-0. The 8-0-1 Lazarus Shaningwa before that. So things have been rolling on nicely. He's taken a step up in recent times. IBA Pro European champion at lightweight tonight, going for the WBA Asia Super Featherweight title.
Дамы и господа, нас ожидает 10-раундовый поединок за вакантный титул WBA Asia во втором полулегком весе. Супервайзер WBA Сергей Хурсанов, Россия. Судьи в рингсайде Рикардо Дункан, Сильвестре Абаинза и Густаво Падилья. Рефери в ринге Сальвадор Сальва, Испания. Итак, дамы и господа, представляю участников этого боя и первым боксера в черном углу ринга. Ему 21 год, его рост 169 сантиметров, а вес 59,5 килограмма. Его рекорд впечатляет. 10 боев, 9 побед, только одно поражение из Китая. Венсong Лю! Боксеру в золотом углу ринга 32 года. Его рост 170 сантиметров, а вес 59,9 килограмма. Мастер спорта международного класса. Многократный призер чемпионатов России, победитель Кубка мира нефтяных стран и престижного турнира «Странджа». Действующий чемпион Европы IBA с безупречным рекордом. 6 боев, 6 побед, 4 из них нокаутом. Из Уфы, Башкортостан, Россия. Артур Субханкулов!
Liu in the black, boxing out of that black corner. SUBKHANKULOV on screen now in the white. Lost on professional debut, Wensong Liu, but has responded well since then. Quite a few famous fighters from down history have lost on debut. Bernard Hopkins, the most famous, I think, probably. Johnny Nelson lost his first few as a pro. The great Henry Armstrong.
Good luck.
WBA Vasily from more recent times. Six years younger, Wensong Liu. SUBKHANKULOV is looking to move pretty quick as a pro, I would say. In the white, he's again boxing out of the southpaw stance, 3 in a row from the Ho corner, Russian fighters. Coming out the southpaws. Got good range with the 1-2 there, SUBKHANKULOV, nice and quick. Good jab from SUBKHANKULOV. Just jabbing the club there, SUBKHANKULOV. Maybe looking for an opening that way. Straight down the middle again with another 1-2. Didn't quite reach, I don't think. Very compact, the Russian fighter. Wide back. Again, just dipping those knees and looking for the left hand into the body. Wensong Liu just taking his feet out of range and then reaching for his own right, which again was short.
Watch the feet. Watch the feet, huh?
Good use of the jab there from SUBKHANKULOV. He's been nice and measured in this opening round. Wensong Liu has found it difficult to get near him, really.
Watch the feet, watch the feet.
Good exchange on the inside, but again, it's SUBKHANKULOV who comes off the better.
Seconds.
Setting that left hand down the middle there, SUBKHANKULOV. Good opening round. The Russian was on top there. Found a few openings, nothing major. Wensong struggled really to find his range. Long way to go. They're scheduled for 10.
Okay, seconds out. Seconds out.
Второй раунд.
Box. Watch the feet. Watch the feet.
Just keeping that head on the move, SUBKHANKULOV trying to jab his way in. Wensong loses his balance slightly as he came forward there. Stooping with the right hand into the body. SUBKHANKULOV gets tighter there, gets nice and close and let the hands go to the body. Little step to the right and then throws that left hand straight down the centre, just mixing up the angle a little bit there, SUBKHANKULOV, and then on the inside looks to let his hands go. That's a good exchange from him, and he's just got those feet slightly tighter in this second round. Wensong in a bit of trouble here. The legs didn't quite go there, but they looked a little bit jittery, and this is not where he wants to be. That range is absolutely disastrous for him, really. He gets cuffed by 2 or 3 good shots at that mid-range, and SUBKHANKULOV is getting after him in this second round at the moment. Good right hand there, though, from Wensong. SUBKHANKULOV
Heads up, okay?
again got nice and close. A referee, yeah, he probably had just about called break there. The blood coming out of the end of the nose there of Wensong, but SUBKHANKULOV has made some proper inroads in this round. And I think what he's realised is that he can just get those feet in a little bit closer. I don't think he has any real respect for the power of Wensong. He's walked onto a couple of right hands, but he doesn't seem to really care, because once he gets into that kind of distance, then he can use that upper body strength, turn at the waist. Put some variety into those punches. And this has been a tricky round, a tough round for Wensong. Still 20 seconds or so remaining in it. Again, that's a punishing combination.
10 seconds.
Good round for SUBKHANKULOV. That's not his blood.
Молодец, хорошо,
Хорошо, Артур, вот так же нанес.
Только в этих паузах остро, хорошо, в этих остро, хорошо? Поднимай в обмене где-то, поднимай. Видишь, его поднять где можно? А в ближнем печень дай хорошенько. Если в ближнем встал, он руки наверху, оттуда ударь. Дай хорошо по животу, попробуй. И все. Так на охоте, на охоте. Остро. Сейчас полетит или что-то может начать делать.
Секундаты заряд. Seconds out.
Seconds out, come on. Go, hurry up.
Slightly slow up his stall there, Wensong Lu, just using every possible moment between rounds. He took a bit of stick in that second round. The SUBKHANKULOV should look to turn the screw a bit further here because, as I said, he had the look of a man in the second who, without being too reckless, just doesn't really have much concern about the power of the man in front of him. When you look at them physically there, they are different, aren't they? You look at the shoulders and the back and the musculature, really, of SUBKHANKULOV, and Wensong Lu, by comparison, looks quite svelte. Good jab from SUBKHANKULOV. Looking to whip to the body with that left hand, but was short with it. Good left hand there from Wensong Lu. SUBKHANKULOV trying to move in. Got caught with it. Good jab again there from SUBKHANKULOV. Varies it up down to the body this time. 2 in a row. Nice combination from SUBKHANKULOV, and he looks to open out Wensong Lu. When he's under fire on the inside there, he looks to throw himself, and that chin comes up in the air a bit. It's dangerous. Moving in behind a right-hand lead, a double right-hand lead there, Wensong Lu.
Like the feet, heads up.
Whacking to the body there, SUBKHANKULOV, up to the head, then down to that rib cage area. He mixes it up nicely. Wensong Lu, to be fair to him, is always looking to try and fight back.
10 seconds. Stop. Heads up, okay? Box.
Seconds out. 4-й раунд.
Into round 4. SUBKHANKULOV boxing in front of his home crowd here, as he has done previously. He's made a good start in the first 3 rounds. Wensong looking to try and be busier in this fourth and see if he can dictate terms a touch and put SUBKHANKULOV onto the back foot. I don't think SUBKHANKULOV will be upset about this because he can leave himself a bit open, the Chinese fighter, when he comes forward. And I think SUBKHANKULOV will feel that an aggressive Wensong will leave openings. Good right hand, long right hand there from Wensong. Got through. Wasn't that much left on it by the time it landed, but it did land. Right hook there from SUBKHANKULOV, just as Wensong was opening out, and that was perilously close, I think, to being a very solid connection. Nice snap on the 1-2 there from SUBKHANKULOV.
Watch the heads.
He's put a real shift in this round, the Chinese fighter so far. Just over a minute remaining in it, but he's worked very, very hard. Really to keep SUBKHANKULOV off him more than anything else, to occupy him. I just wonder how much this kind of effort is going to take out of him. The mouth is already hanging open. And he hasn't made SUBKHANKULOV look too uncomfortable, but I understand the tactic. And to an extent it has worked, because he shipped some punishment in the previous round, but not in this round, comparatively.
Stop, no fight, no fight. Box.
Good round. Just throwing that lead left hook as a distraction there really Wensong to step in and find the right to the body. He does have quite an unorthodox style at times. And that was the right hook which did make contact, but was nearly a very solid punch. And I do wonder, I do think actually that fourth round, the way that he went about it, Wensong would have taken something out of the tank. He needed to try and get back onto that front foot. I understand what he was doing, but I just wonder whether he can keep that up, because he's going to need to.
No more warnings with the head, okay?
Well, the referee saying to him, no more warnings with the head. He does have a slightly awkward style and can tend to carry the head in a little bit low at times. There's nothing deliberate about it. SUBKHANKULOV with a lovely left hand to the body there, a stabbing left. And again, he's looking to go down there this round as much as he possibly can. Again, just attacking that body. That's the tactic he switched to in this round extensively so far. Again, another left hand into the pit of the stomach. Those elbows do flare away from the ribcage a bit for Wensong, and again, meaty connections. Every time he's throwing to the body, SUBKHANKULOV almost, he's landing. And then switches up to the head.
Watch the heads.
Just dropping those hands and standing off there, Wensong Lu. He's found it difficult in this round to get too much done. Left hand into the body again there from SUBKHANKULOV, and he's going to start to feel these. That was a very solid left hand into the body, and he felt that one, Wensong Lu, I think. I think he felt that one. Just backed up a little bit. He's still coming forward and trying to throw, but he just took a couple of steps backward, dropped those elbows a little bit. Lovely uppercut there from SUBKHANKULOV, and then just turns around that front foot, cuffing left hand. And then the straight 1-2. This has been a good round for the Russian, it really has. He's really invested in that body, and then in the final minute been slightly more expansive. A lot of fighting spirit here from Wensong Lu, because he's just being outgunned here, but he is full of industry, still with plenty of ambition. There's a good example of some of that body work we could have picked out any spell really from that round to illustrate the body work. And there's the uppercut. Took it well though. They managed to avoid the left hand. There is Artur BATYRGAZIEV. I was ringside in Riyadh in Saudi Arabia at the weekend, and what a pleasure it was to be there. An absolutely magnificent fight between BATYRGAZIEV and Dmitry Bivol for the undisputed World Light Heavyweight Championships. Phenomenal stuff. Two outstanding fighters who were class acts before, during and after the fight. It was a very close fight. BATYRGAZIEV knew that himself, and I would dare say that the two will rematch before too long. But great to see him just a few days later supporting this card. Phenomenal IBA fighter himself, actually, Artur BATYRGAZIEV, an IBA world champion, a silver medalist at another world championships, a two-time European champion. Just a brilliant competitor, amateur and pro, and now undefeated and undisputed, although he was taking the distance for the very first time by Dmitry Bivol, who himself was absolutely fantastic. Looking for left hand there against SUBKHANKULOV. And he was ringside BATYRGAZIEV in SUBKHANKULOV in July to watch BATYRGAZIEV and Muslim GADGIMAGOMEDOV.
Watch the heads. Watch the heads, Artur. Heads up.
The three of them all from the same part of Russia.
Watch the heads. Both of you.
Good left hand there from Lu. Crunching left there from SUBKHANKULOV, but Wensong Lu just managed to soak it up.
Watch the heads.
Good lead right hand there from SUBKHANKULOV again, and then just turns around that front foot. He's a well-organised, compact fighter, good technique. He's got a decent bit of pop, but a right hand gets through there from Wensong Lu, and you have to have a lot of admiration for the way he's going about this as well. In terms of the technical ability here, he is the inferior of the two. SUBKHANKULOV is a better boxer. Wensong Lu has got a lot of spirit, though, a lot of will to win, which is extremely important. no point has he grown discouraged. I don't think he's won many rounds here, maybe not any.
Don't push him.
But he's still coming forward, looking to try and land.
Минимизируй, экономь, не работай просто, и все. Ты же видишь, он устал, просто идет, машется. Не старайся его ударов принимать.
Короче, сейчас остро, хорошо у нас? Остро. Остро. Не расхлябывайся, не позволяй себе разговаривать. Стань поплотнее на нос. Не давай по себе бить. Хочешь гулять, все, внутрь поставил, ведешь. Иди сам бой.
И четко пробил, прижмись.
Секундантный заряд.
Пробил, прижмись.
7-й раунд.
Don't push him. Don't put the shoulder, Artur. The head's up, okay?
So into the 7th. Wensong Lu just trying to work the body. SUBKHANKULOV just pinning the arm of Wensong Lu on the blind side of the referee. The referee, though, did see it.
Don't push him, Artur.
Good body attack again there from SUBKHANKULOV.
Don't push him.
So I think may well be realising that he's going to have to box out the rounds here, and he's going to have to keep the work rate high. He's going to have to pay Wensong Lu the ultimate respect, because I don't think he's going to go anywhere. He's hitting with some really good, solid shots, and there is quite a long way to go still, but there's no real sign that the stoppage is going to come here for SUBKHANKULOV. If it does, I think it will be quite late. He is dominating this fight, but his opponent just keeps looking to try and roll forward. He's eaten some big, solid shots, but at no stage has he really looked like he's hurt. But in some fights you do get this, where a fighter is soaking it up until all of a sudden they're not. I wouldn't rule that out as a possibility in the later rounds. Good right hand there again from SUBKHANKULOV. Wensong Lu, though, is just trying to put it on him, keep it on him, make him work really, really hard, hoping, I think, that he will start to tire. There's no real sign of that yet. Midway through round 7, and SUBKHANKULOV has made contact with a pretty considerable number of headshots in this round. Again, just working around that front foot, just clubbing with the left hand there, SUBKHANKULOV, and then just steps into the uppercut. This has been a tough round for Wensong Lu. There have been a number of tough rounds for him, but he'd had a better round the round before, and this one has been hard. But again there, still throwing, always throwing.
Don't push him. 10 seconds.
blood in the mouth there. That could be a number of things. It's most likely to be damage caused to the inside of the lips or maybe the tongue by the fighter's own teeth. Punches coming in, the mouth slams shut, and you can end up biting the inside of your mouth or even your tongue.
Секундантный заряд. 8-й раунд.
So 3 to go here. The WBA Asia super featherweight title on the line, and a ranking to go along with it, one would imagine.
Watch the heads.
Long left hand there from SUBKHANKULOV, didn't quite make it. Good jab from the Russian, and then steps in with the 1-2. He's got good feet. His feet are almost always underneath him. Very rarely chases punches in or comes over the top of that front foot. Reminds me of the Artur that we just saw at ringside there in that instance. BATYRGAZIEV. That's one of the things that is so brilliant about him, is that those feet give him such great balance. Turns at the waist, throws the punches, doesn't really seem to ever load up with anything, but has this astonishing power. SUBKHANKULOV is a very well-drilled fighter in terms of the footwork, how compact he is. Not a huge puncher by the look of it, but punches hard enough. Clubbing right hand again there. Short right hand on the inside and followed by a left, and again he's looking to try and work Wensong over here, who remains absolutely resolute. He can take a good shot, the Chinese fighter, there's no question about that. He went 10 in September last year, Wensong against Denabat Bata, a good Mongolian fighter, lost by split decision. Wild scores. Wide scores for either one, and then a draw in the middle. It was slightly strange, but again, he's showing here tonight that at a good level, he is a durable fighter.
Не дыши полной грудью, понял? Просто веди. Чтобы вести, чтобы тебе было легче, тебе надо бить первым. Понимаешь? Но не вставай так перед ним. Ты понимаешь? Если ты хочешь там не вставать, начинаешь вставать, начинаешь затягивать. Разорви.
А когда на месте принимает, то уже получалось.
Сбивай руки, бей.
Да.
Когда что?
На месте я стою, перехватываю, перенял себя и перехватываю.
Ты долго перехватываешь там. Сбивай руки, бей. Самое главное, сам Артур находится.
9-й раунд.
So into the ninth, Wensong immediately, as soon as the bell goes, just ditches in a 1-2. And SUBKHANKULOV just times him with his own 1-2. Thrown out of that southpaw stance. I don't think SUBKHANKULOV can do much more than he's doing because, as I say, he's not been reckless at any point. That's just not really in his makeup. He's picked his punches well. He's looked for the openings. He's shown good variety. He cracks nice and solidly. He's been in with someone in Wensong Lu who has got good punch resistance. Although he did get stopped in his last fight, and who tonight has shown a lot of will to keep trying to win, to keep coming forward. And SUBKHANKULOV has attacked him hard to the body as well.
The head, Artur. The head, Artur.
And this is going to be a good 10 rounds under the belt for SUBKHANKULOV. At a good pace. And that is never a bad thing. Switches up from the body to the head there and just stopped Wensong Lu in his tracks. But again, the Chinese fighter, although for a split second there, he looked a little bit stunned. He was straight back into it. It's almost like every now and again, he gets hit hard enough that the screen just flickers, but it reboots quick, and then he's coming forward again.
The head, Artur. The head.
Set his feet and looked to really put some steam on the left hand there. SUBKHANKULOV missed with it, but left him in a perfect position to throw a right, which then did connect. I've got so much time for this from Wensong Lu because he's behind here, he's a mile behind here. But he's sticking to his task and he's still trying to win this fight. At no point does he look to just try and tuck up and get through to survive, to take less punishment, basically. He just knows one way, and this is it. And it's not that he hasn't had success, he has had some success, but it's been quite clear for everybody watching who is winning. Good left hand there towards the end of the round from SUBKHANKULOV again. One to go here. And the arena just filling up. Next up, we've got Muslim GADGIMAGOMEDOV defending his WBA Bridgeweight title. Very, very good amateur, two-time IBA World Champion, Olympic silver medalist. And then after that, BATYRGAZIEV defending his IBA World Lightweight title, having won the WBA interim super featherweight title in his last fight. BATYRGAZIEV, an Olympic champion and a two-time IBA World Champion as well.
Okay.
There he is, Artur BATYRGAZIEV. I watched him train last Wednesday night. We were invited to the gym by his team to watch him do one of his final workouts. It was about midnight, because that was roughly the time of night that they would be preparing to fight, when they'd be close to getting into the ring, and you just saw him go about his business, doing the drills he's done for years. Good 1-2 there from SUBKHANKULOV into the final round here. You see him do that press-up routine on the fingertips, on the closed fists, on the back of the hand. Bit of pad work, everything done with such precision. No music, just pure concentration. Right hand into the body there from SUBKHANKULOV. And Wensong Lu is just looking to throw the kitchen sink at his opponent in this final round. He needs a knockout. He's not going to get it, but he's put in an almighty effort here. Good left hand there from SUBKHANKULOV. And it's been a good fight to watch, right from the start.
Stop the fight. Box.
Left hand there from SUBKHANKULOV, really putting them together nicely. Right hand into the body.
Stop, no fight, no fight. Box.
Just working around that front foot, changing the angle.
Stop. Heads up, okay? Wensong.
The referee's talked to Wensong a lot about keeping that head up, but hasn't taken a point at any stage, which is a good thing because I don't think there really would have been any need. Nice right hand there from Wensong. I think SUBKHANKULOV was expecting the referee to call break and he didn't. Good left hand into the body again there from SUBKHANKULOV. It's been a really lively fight. Good pace to it. I wonder whether the judges will find much for Wensong here. It's difficult from where I'm sitting to give him many, if any, rounds, to be honest, because although he's put in an enormous effort, and as I've said, has had pockets of success, the way the boxing is scored, you can win a minute of each of the 10 rounds, which is a third of the fight, but on the card you'll lose 10-0. Good finish there from both of these two. The bell goes at the end. Terrific fight. Wensong raises his gloves. And he put on a good show. And SUBKHANKULOV working hard right up until the end there. And it was his greater quality that was the difference between the pair of them. But that's a good hard half an hour, a good hard 30 minutes, which will stand him in good stead going forward. Well, I think he's going to be posing for photos a lot tonight, Artur BATYRGAZIEV, and he won't mind one bit because he is a patient, very pleasant man, but it comes with the territory of having become undisputed light heavyweight champion of the world. 21 fights, 21 wins, 20 knockouts, and he finished the fight strong, and that's what won him the fight. As I said earlier, it was very, very close. But it was a strong finish that got him over the line. An absolute classic. I really hope we see it again. Pretty sure we will. He looks a little bit disappointed there, SUBKHANKULOV, but I make that a pretty good performance.
Дамы и господа, прежде чем прозвучит имя победителя, ваши аплодисменты этим настоящим воинам за этот потрясающий бой. Итак, дамы и господа, после 10 раундов бокса обратимся к судейским запискам. Все трое судей одинаково оценили этот бой 99-91. Таким образом, единогласным решением судей победу по очкам одержал и стал чемпионом WBA Asia во втором полулегком весе из Уфы, Россия, Artur SUBKHANKULOV.
So SUBKHANKULOV gets the win in a good, hard fight. Handshake between the two. Thoroughly entertaining to watch. And he claims that WBA Asia super featherweight title. training team taking their place in the photos, correctly so.
The Chinese guy looks disappointed.
Yeah, yeah. Very good fight, Artur. Very good fight. You're a good fighter.
Спасибо.
He wasn't close.
Друзья, любой бой станет еще круче с Лигой ставок. Регистрируйтесь, получайте фрибет 4444 и делайте ставки на самые яркие поединки.
Движение вперед – это технологии заботы о будущем. То, что казалось ненужным...
Уважаемые гости нашего турнира, мы понимаем ваше желание сделать фото с чемпионом, но сейчас вы просто взрываете нам шоу, поэтому большая просьба сделать фотографии после мероприятия. Уверен, Артур никому не откажет. Сделаем это после. Спасибо.
Запускает уникальное производство бэкграунда с содержанием вторичного сырья, чтобы дарить пластику вторую жизнь. Здесь работают люди с общими ценностями, которые меняют мир. И мы заботимся об экологии на каждом этапе. Поэтому производство работает, используя энергию солнца по специальной технологии.
Друзья, виды ставок увеличено приветственный фрибет. Регистрируйтесь и получите бонус 4444. Делайте ставки на лучший бокс.
Дамы и господа, из Уфы, Башкортостан, Россия, в прямом эфире Матч ТВ, Лига ставок, Ночь чемпионов IBA. Сейчас нас ожидает главное событие вечера. 12-раундовый поединок за титул чемпиона мира по версии WBA в Бриджер-вейте. Но прежде, чем боксеры поднимутся в ринг, в минувшую субботу в Эр-Рияде, Саудовская Аравия, состоялся поединок за звание абсолютного чемпиона мира в полутяжелом весе, в котором встретились два россиянина – Дмитрий Бивол и Артур Бетербиев. И сегодня в нашем зале победитель этого боя, боксер впервые в истории российского бокса, завоевавший все 4 пояса ведущих мировых версий. Дамы и господа, приветствуйте абсолютный чемпион мира Артур Бетербиев!
Beterbiev announced to the crowd, introduced to everybody.
Дамы и господа, мы идем далее. И сейчас приветствуйте на пути в черный угол ринга претендент на титул чемпиона мира из Германии Леон Харт.
Time now for our WBA Bridgerweight World title fight between Muslim GADGIMAGOMEDOV and the challenger Leon Harth, who's making his way to the ring now. He has boxed for this title once already. It was in the very first WBA Bridgerweight World title fight last year in Dubai against Evgeny Tishchenko. He lost that fight on the night by 6th round stoppage, but Tishchenko subsequently tested positive and it got changed to a no contest. And so Harth was always going to get first opportunity to fight the winner of GADGIMAGOMEDOV and Zhaojing Zhang. They met in SUBKHANKULOV, and rightly so, after what happened in that fight against Tishchenko. Just taking some deep breaths, Harth. He's 36 years old now. 22 wins, 5 defeats and 1 draw. He's small for Bridgerweight. He weighed in at 209 pounds for that fight against Tishchenko. It's a 225-pound limit. This may be the last opportunity he gets at world title level, and he will be absolutely determined to take it.
А сейчас добро пожаловать в золотой угол ринга. Его соперник, действующий чемпион мира из Серпухова, Россия, Muslim GADGIMAGOMEDOV.
Here comes GADGIMAGOMEDOV. Won the title in SUBKHANKULOV back in July with a 4th round stoppage of Zhaojing Zhang. Zhang, who had got that fight off the back of a massive win for him in Russia against Evgeny Romanov. On the night against GADGIMAGOMEDOV, he was very brave, but the referee stopped it in the 4th round because GADGIMAGOMEDOV was just relentlessly clipping Zhang. It was quite something to see. You did wonder whether GADGIMAGOMEDOV might need to just rein back at one point. because it didn't look like Zhang was going anywhere, but he just wasn't offering enough going the other way, and the referee, I think, did the right thing in stopping it. I've never really seen anyone fight like Xiaojing Zhang. He does just block punches with his face. GADGIMAGOMEDOV, a supersonic amateur, two-time IBA World champion, Olympic silver medalist.
Итак, дамы и господа, нас ожидает главное событие вечера. 12-раундовый поединок за титул чемпиона мира WBA в Бриджервейте. Поединок санкционирован Всемирной боксерской ассоциацией WBA. Супервайзер Лаутаро Морено, Аргентина. Супервайзер Федерации бокса России Сергей Хурсанов. Судьи в рингсайде Густаво Падилья, Сильвестре Абаинза и Рикардо Дункан. Рефери в ринге Сальвадор Сальва, Испания. Итак, представляю участников этого боя и первым боксера, стоящего слева от меня в черном углу ринга. Он претендент. Ему 36 лет, его рост 180 сантиметров, официальный вес 98,5 килограмма. Он представляет Билефельд, Германия. Его рекорд насчитывает 28 поединков, 22 победы, 5 поражений при одной ничьей, 13 побед нокаутом. Экс-чемпион IBO и WBA Continental, экс-чемпион Европы WBO в тяжелом весе, претендент на титул чемпиона мира из Германии Леон Харт. Его сопернику напротив в золотом углу ринга 27 лет. Его рост 192 сантиметра, а вес 99,2 килограмма. Его рекорд насчитывает 4 поединка. Во всех одержаны победы, 3 из них нокаутом. 4-кратный чемпион России, чемпион Европы, 2-кратный чемпион мира, финалист Олимпийских игр, действующий чемпион мира по версии WBA из Серпухова, Россия, Muslim GADGIMAGOMEDOV.
GADGIMAGOMEDOV 4-0 as a pro. First 3 at cruiserweight, they're moving up to bridgerweight. Was always going to look to move quick after the amateur career that he had.
Is he ready?
That's him there. When he won that title in SUBKHANKULOV, he was rushed straight out of the ring by IBA President Umar Kremlev to an awaiting car, which he then presented to him as a gift, gave him the keys and encouraged him to get straight in and drive off.
Nice to meet you. Yes, I'm...
BATYRGAZIEV
Leon.
watching on from ringside. HARTH, who looks a bit nervous, but that's no bad thing. Just have to be able to harness those nerves. He's been around for a long time. He shouldn't have too much problem doing that. He's boxed at light heavy.
Remember what I told you in the dressing room, okay?
As well as cruiserweight. So, as I mentioned, it is a bit of a leap for him stepping up to bridgerweight. But you go where the opportunities are. It's as simple as that. And in terms of the weight, he has packed a bit on since last time. But having said that, I don't think it's necessarily solid muscle mass. And you look at the difference between them. Physically, GADGIMAGOMEDOV is tall and lean, HARTH shorter, with a more solid kind of build on him. As I mentioned, that fight against Xiaojing Zhang was kind of amazing to watch, really, because Zhang gets hit an unbelievable amount, but he was just able to still take the punches and take the punches, and he has that kind of rubbery style where he looks like he might be about to unravel, and then you realise that actually he isn't. It's just the way his body moves. But referee Roberto Ramirez decided that the traffic was just too one way, and stop the fight. The WBC Bridgerweight champion was Lawrence Okoli, but he's vacated actually to move up to heavyweight. Kevin Lorena of South Africa was the interim champion and was mandatory for Okoli, so he may well get promoted to full champion. Good fighter. Saw him in Saudi Arabia earlier in the year, boxing just a matter of days after his mother had passed away after a short and unexpected illness. So a devastating thing for him, really, but he still got in there in the ring on the night against Justice Hooney and put up a really good performance, almost won in the final round, and won a lot of admirers that night too. So the winner of this up against him would be a really good fight. If indeed he gets promoted to full champion by the WBC. That's a long way down the track yet. GADGIMAGOMEDOV looking to try and work that lead hand. He can keep this on the outside. He's got the tools. HARTH will look to keep that guard high, move that head, move those shoulders, try and get inside that reach and onto the inside. That's what he needs to do. Final few seconds of round one. GADGIMAGOMEDOV just controlling that round with the jab for the most part.
Секунданты за ринг. Seconds out.
Muslim. Leon.
Второй раунд.
Box.
Into the second, and again GADGIMAGOMEDOV just maintaining that gap, using that jab. Just dipped his knees and looked to try and get a bit lower there, HARTH, and weave his way in. But he may need two phases of attack. Got onto the inside there and couldn't quite let his hands go. Getting a little bit closer here, the German fighter. GADGIMAGOMEDOV, though, won't necessarily be upset about that. Good use of that lead hand again there, just bearing it up into the stomach, up to the head, then back down again. He's moving that head, HARTH, but he really needs to do that as he's coming forward. Slipping punches as you come forward is a hard thing to do, but if you're going to get into range, that's what he needs to be able to do.
Like the head, Leon.
GADGIMAGOMEDOV just doing what he needs to do at the moment. He can bank rounds boxing like this. And if in the later rounds Harth begins to get to him in the second half of the fight, maybe then he needs to hold his feet and fight up close a little bit more, then he's got that cushion. If he's got a good cushion heading into the later stages and he decides he wants to bring his feet in a bit closer and give himself more opportunities to land solid shots, then again he's got those rounds in the bank. Nice 1-2 there from GADGIMAGOMEDOV. Right into the body, then a right hand lead. Harth just gets kind of under the shoulder with that jab.
Ten seconds.
He has to stick to the task here, Harth. Try and stay tight, stay low, compact, dip his knees, move his head, and work hard to get onto the inside. But once he gets there, he's got to let his hands go. Cannot miss any opportunities.
Третий раунд.
Good left hand there from Harth. I don't think he got through absolutely clean, but that's what he needs more of. He was close enough there and he exploded up and through it. And he's just trying to just close that gap a little bit more here. GADGIMAGOMEDOV just working those hands. And already really has just put Harth back in his box exactly. Harth just comes forward there and looks to throw, and he will leave himself a little bit more open as he tries to do that, but that is what he has to try and do, because otherwise he will just keep dropping rounds if he allows GADGIMAGOMEDOV to keep it at this distance, to keep it at this range. He's got to try and disrupt that rhythm, that flow.
No fight. No fight. Watch the head. Okay, box.
There's the use of the jab. He just goes up and down with it. GADGIMAGOMEDOV doesn't travel all that far. He holds that lead hand out sometimes, quite a long way. So that jab can be quite short. He'll lengthen up the distance it travels. That's what makes for a clever fighter. Sometimes he'll throw it from nearer the waist, sometimes his hands are up and he'll throw it from shoulder height. So sometimes it bursts into the eye line, sometimes you're seeing it come for longer, that different trajectory cause problems. But Harth definitely making an effort here in this third round to just pull his way onto the inside, but GADGIMAGOMEDOV just catches him with the right hand there, looks for a long uppercut. Good use of the left hand, left hook there from GADGIMAGOMEDOV, a couple of them in quick succession. And he is leaving himself more open here, Harth, as he tries to be more ambitious, but that's just what he has to do. There's not really any other way here for him if he wants to try and win this fight, which of course he does. As he threw that right hand, he then got picked off by GADGIMAGOMEDOV. He's got to try and just bring some heat here, Harth, put some pressure on GADGIMAGOMEDOV, back himself to soak up what he does get hit with. trusting that he'll be able to get to his man. And that GADGIMAGOMEDOV might tire, but at the minute, the Russian is boxing with good economy.
Почувствовал его, можно справа поймать, боковым, слева боковым, вечер можно пробовать сейчас, вторым и третьим ударом. А ты?
Nice 1-2 there from GADGIMAGOMEDOV.
Seconds out.
He's won those first 3 rounds. And this is a really good platform and stage for these fighters. You look at this arena, it's very well set up. There's a good crowd in, there has been from quite early in the night. Now for BATYRGAZIEV to come. I know they were hoping to try and get that fight against Lamont Roach for the WBA super featherweight title. Lamont Roach, though, is fighting Gervonta Davis in mid-December, for which you cannot blame him. That's one of the biggest fights in world boxing. Looking for that long right uppercut there, GADGIMAGOMEDOV. Trying to get Harth where he wants him with the jab and then whip that underneath. Decent left hand there from Harth. Jab was maybe just a little bit slow from GADGIMAGOMEDOV, came back low and he exploded with that left hook, and a couple of times that's almost worked for him. Eating a couple of jabs there, Harth, but he's sticking to it here, and this is what he has to do. There's no easy way to do this for him. It rarely is at this level, of course, but given the two styles and given how technically proficient GADGIMAGOMEDOV is, he's always going to have to walk through a few. He could try the uppercut himself at times, because one thing GADGIMAGOMEDOV does do a bit is lean in with the jab every now and again. When he gets a bit too confident with that jab, he leans in with it, looking for that long uppercut again there. Flicking with the right-hand lead there, GADGIMAGOMEDOV. Just using that kind of inner clock face. Harth taking the centre. But he's struggling to cut the ring off for GADGIMAGOMEDOV, Leon Harth. That's one of the problems that he has.
10 seconds. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Komm, Nase ein, Mund aus. Tief atmen. Leon, merkst du das? Ich darf sie nicht lassen nach der ersten Runde. Du musst eingehalten. Hörst du, was ich dir sage? Aktivität, mehr Aktivität, mein Junge. Ansonsten gut aus der sicheren Deckung. Und wenn du slippst und reingehst, passiert nichts. Ja? Du musst dich mit voller Kraft rein, aber um ihn zu kreuzen, müssen wir nah dran sein, sonst springt er zurück. Ja? Leon, einen Gang höher jetzt, okay? Einen Gang höher, jetzt kommt Runde 5. Tief atmen. Du hast genug Kraft, meine Junge.
Okay, seconds out.
Mehr Aktivität.
Seconds out.
Mehr Aktivität.
Секундантный заряд. Пятый раунд.
In that Leon half corner, they're just trying to give him a real G up there, basically, is how we would describe it in the UK, to really encourage him to just keep bringing the heat, keep those energy levels high, just keep him believing that he can find a way into this fight, because the round's slipping by at the minute. He hasn't got on the board yet, but he does have some weapons. Flicks out that left hand there, and it travels further than you think it's going to, and it's got some snap on it. Just needs to commit a little bit more. It's easy to say, sitting at ringside. He's the one in there against a very skilled technician in GADGIMAGOMEDOV. He catches him with a long right uppercut and then curls one in around the back of the guard with the same hand. But he has to just take a few more risks. As he came forward there, he can maybe have let that left hand go. I said earlier, it might take two phases of attack. Pushing back with one, pushing back with another one. He needs to try and get him back onto the ropes where he's got nowhere to go, really, GADGIMAGOMEDOV. But it is easier said than done. I'm painfully aware of that. Right hand from GADGIMAGOMEDOV. Looked like it did move half a little bit. Again, round the back of that glove. He's got that high guard, left to the body, then goes upstairs. GADGIMAGOMEDOV just clicking through the gears a bit here in round 5. Working around that front foot. He's going after his man here as we head towards the final minute of the round.
Stop, no fight, no fight. Muslim, turn up. Box.
Let's go with the left hand there, Harth, and he is looking to take a few risks here, and as he does, he walks onto a 1-2, and that's the problem for him. That is the problem for him. Left hand again there from GADGIMAGOMEDOV. Long right hand. It looked like he was going to go with the left to the body. He didn't, and then just threw that flat right hand. And he's warming to this now, GADGIMAGOMEDOV. He's built into the fight, and I think now he's going to really look to stick the heat on Leon Harth. He did in that round, particularly in the second half of it. This is difficult for the German, it really is, and GADGIMAGOMEDOV is looking good in there. He's been training in Dagestan with his coach Rashid Bek Akhmedov. Everything has gone well in camp. Fighters always say that, but you see the evidence on fight night, and he looks in good shape. He really does. In good order.
Seconds out.
Seconds out.
Seconds out. Muslim. Leon.
Шестой раунд.
Box.
Into the 6th. And I wonder will GADGIMAGOMEDOV just look to raise that temperature a little bit further, just pumping out the jab. Good, solid jabs at the start of the round. jabbing to the body, keeping Harth occupied, and then finds a route through the gloves to the head. Not too much has happened for Leon Harth to encourage him in this fight so far, and we're approaching the halfway stage. If things keep going as they are, then he'll be 6 rounds down through 6. There's the uppercut, and that combination is so effective. Jab followed by the uppercut, landed in rapid succession. A jab thrown from shoulder height, and then the uppercut whipped up from underneath. Variation on the 1-2 I described earlier, where you've got a jab exploding from the waist and then a straight right hand coming from the shoulder. Those different trajectories make things hard. Left to the body and then switches up to the head here, GADGIMAGOMEDOV. I think that's Igor Makontsev in the background there with the glasses on. Russian former Olympic gold medalist. I say former Olympic gold medalist, there's no such thing as a former Olympic gold medalist. You either are or you aren't, and you hold that accolade for the rest of your days. Right hand into the body, stepping into these shots now, GADGIMAGOMEDOV. Harth tries to get onto the inside and let that right hand go, but by the time he pulled the trigger on it, GADGIMAGOMEDOV had slid off to his left.
10 seconds.
The question here really is whether the Russian can get the stoppage in the second half of the fight. I just do not see him blowing a gasket. It's always possible that Harth could land something. He needs to put some kind of dent in his opponent. But I think what we're looking at more here is whether the home fighter is able to get the win inside the distance or not.
Nicht so feste. Vorne bleiben, mein Junge. Merkst du nicht, dass wenn du vorne bist, ja, dass er Schwierigkeiten hat? Merkst du das? Leon. Nee, Leon, der hat weniger Luft als du. Du musst das nutzen. Und wenn er schlägt, wir wissen, dass er diese Schläge macht. Leon, dann schlag mit rechts. Auf die Brust, Leon. Auch auf die Brust zielen. Und wenn du drin bist, arbeite, lass den Kopf hoch.
Секунданты за ринг. Seconds out. Седьмой раунд.
And the tone from the corner has been the same, really, for Harth. Pretty much from the start of the fight, they're just trying to, I think, get him to work harder, believe a little bit more, but he's an experienced guy and he knows what he's got in front of him, and I think he's aware that the more he opens up, the more problems he's going to have. He nodded his head at the end there, but this is tough for him, and I do wonder sometimes how much information fighters manage to absorb in that minute between rounds. By the time they've sat down and are really able to start listening, you're a good 10 seconds in. And then you have to get back off your stool 5 or so seconds before the end of that minute. So the trainer really has got about 40, 45 seconds to try and get through, and it's not the easiest thing to do. Trainers tell me you need to keep it simple. Often it might just be the last thing you say that will be the thing that sticks with them. It's that reach, that range that GADGIMAGOMEDOV is able to use to back Harth up. Again, just using that jab, pinning him in the corner. Flings in a left hook there, Harth, but it missed. GADGIMAGOMEDOV picked him off.
Siehst du? Leon, ich steck dich, bleib vorne! Leon, bleib vorne! Eine Minute noch! Jawohl, bleib vorne!
Good right hand there from GADGIMAGOMEDOV. That's worked well for him. Just off the straight, comes in round the back of the guard. Half trying to throw that right hand, but that is the problem he's got. When he does try and open out, he leaves gaps, and GADGIMAGOMEDOV is good enough to find them. There's that right hand again. And once again, and the problem he's got, Harth, is with that tight guard, the bonus to that is that you will block a lot on the gloves. The downside to it is that you can't really see what's coming.
Секунданты за ринг. Seconds out.
Seconds out. Muslim. Leon.
8-й раунд.
You would hardly know that Artur BATYRGAZIEV had been in such a good fight on Saturday. There's not really a mark on him. Into the 8th. And he'll be appreciating this play from GADGIMAGOMEDOV, I'm sure, who has boxed really well up until this point. And doesn't really need to do much more other than keep doing what he's doing. He's 7 rounds up. I don't think there's any doubt about that. Harth hasn't looked really hurt at any point. He's been caught clean with some good, solid punches, good, solid jab there. And he'll be nearing the point soon enough when he needs knockdowns, if not a knockout, and there's no real sign that that is going to come. But I'm sure that he will just stick to his task. Again, good use of the lead hand, nice double jab there from GADGIMAGOMEDOV, and once again, he's showcasing the basics really well here. Classic case of a taller, rangier fighter with a superior reach up against a shorter fighter who's going to need to get inside that greater wingspan to get his own punches off. And what you want to see, really, if you're a kind of purist in that situation, is a taller fighter use that reach and keep it on the outside, and that's exactly what he's done. But he's now looking to open out a bit here. Harth comes back with a right hand. GADGIMAGOMEDOV taking a little bit of a risk here, stepping in, but not a wild one, I wouldn't say. I think he does want to put a little bit of a stamp on this, a flourish on this, and get the stoppage if he can.
Leon, ahead. Okay.
Leon, spürst du das? Hörst du mich? Hörst du mich von mir? Wir müssen jetzt kämpfen zusammen. Hörst du? Reiß dich zusammen, Leon. Wir müssen kämpfen, du musst vorne bleiben. Du musst in Kauf nehmen, auch mal eine zu kriegen. Aber das ist nicht so. Verstehst du? Nicht unbestimmt werden. Überblick beibehalten. Guck mal, Jab unten, Jab oben. Ja? Jab unten, Jab oben.
So 4 to go here. Our BATYRGAZIEV still to come up against Pagara, the Philippines. BATYRGAZIEV defending his IBA 60-kilo world title. And we've also got another local fighter in Danis, GABDRAFIKOV, in action.
Sehr gut, Leon.
Und Jab. Und da musst du einen Schlag haben. Bleib oben.
Komm jetzt zu.
Ja. Du bist wieder nicht zurück. Aber nicht mal mit dem Garten. Ihr seht das.
Again, there's that jab. Gets extension on it. And Artur's found it difficult to navigate a route past it from the beginning. Harth just continuing really to wait too long. You could say that he's been doing that from the start of the fight, but you can understand the reasons why. I've been outlining the reasons why. I wonder whether, as we get nearer and nearer the end, he will just go for broke because he'll know that he needs the knockout. Or whether his mission now is to get through the 12 rounds. This is a world title fight and probably the last one that he will have the opportunity to take part in. So you would think that he will go for it, but he's the one in there, and if he suspects that he might get cleaned out himself if he opens out, he may decide against it. There's that jab again, 2-3 jabs. He's cruising here, GADGIMAGOMEDOV. And he's conserved a bit of energy, I think, in this 9th round too, although just steps into a lovely 1-2 left uppercut there. Jab right hand. Long left uppercut as the bell goes at the end of another dominant 3 minutes for the Russian. And I think if you're in the half corner here, all you can do at this point is just try and tug on the heartstrings a bit, maybe. Just tell him, look, this is it now. You're not going to get this chance again. We're behind. We need a knockout. Just give it everything. Throw caution to the wind. Give it everything. This is it. I think that's what you have to say to him. And I think that's what they have been saying to him. And again, the tone is getting more and more urgent. That is, I'm sure, what they're expressing to him.
Seconds out.
Little bit of puffiness around the left eye there for Leon Harth. Into the 10th. He's won every round so far, GADGIMAGOMEDOV. He's pretty much won every second of every round, to be honest. But a very good disciplined display from him against a fighter in Harth who is quite one-dimensional, but GADGIMAGOMEDOV has never given him cause to feel any kind of optimism that the course of this fight might be about to change, or that he's capable of making it change. And that's a pretty dispiriting place to be if you're Leon Harth. Slinging in that left hand again there. GADGIMAGOMEDOV just moving around the outside of the ring, picking his punches. And he's going to complete the 12 rounds here, I think, GADGIMAGOMEDOV, and that will be no bad thing, because this is only his 4th professional fight. And it won't do him any harm at all to go the 12 for the first time, particularly at this higher weight. He was at cruiserweight for his first 3 fights, now at bridgerweight, and it does seem to really suit him. You look at him physically, you feel like he would be quite a small heavyweight, but 225 pounds looks absolutely perfect for him. There's that right hand again, and I think he may have just wobbled Harth slightly with that one. Certainly caused him to take a little bit of a stagger step.
Leon, the head. Watch the head, okay? Don't look at me. 10 seconds. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3,
Секунданты за ринг.
Seconds out. Leon.
11-й раунд.
So into the 11th round. Muslim GADGIMAGOMEDOV in the purple, making a strong first defence of his WBA Bridgerweight title here so far. Leon Harth needs a knockout. He's lost every round so far. His second crack at this title. He boxed in the very first WBA Bridgerweight World title fight against Evgeny Tishchenko. Was stopped in 6 rounds. It was later changed to a no contest after Tishchenko tested positive. He's had another opportunity tonight, but has just found himself in with a fighter who is a level above him, and it happens. There's no shame in it. Just barreling forward there, Harth. Coming in a little bit low with the head. It's the jab that's been key for GADGIMAGOMEDOV. He's never neglected it. He's just kept pumping it out all night. He's kept Harth turning, kept him moving, kept him resetting. If you're Harth up against someone like GADGIMAGOMEDOV, what you want him to do is slow his feet down, get a little bit overconfident, look to try and take you on at close range, mid-range. Stop working around that front foot. Stand in front of you, basically, and fight your fight. And people do it sometimes. Against all advice and all common sense, it can happen. You can drag them into something, but he's never allowed that to happen. He's kept it at range, he's controlled the distance, and if you control the distance, then really you control the fight, and that's exactly what's happened. And this has been tough for Leon Harth. You can see that. You see him in the corner, they're breathing heavily, they're getting the end swell out, just trying to take a bit of puffiness down around that left eye. And again, the corner are just barking at him, just trying to summon up that big effort from him. And they've been doing that for a good few rounds. And it's just not happening for him. He doesn't quite have it in him at this level, Leon Harth, at 36 years old. And as I said earlier on, there's no shame in that. Sometimes you find yourself in there with someone who is better than you, and on this occasion, younger than you, fresher than you, more everything than you, to be honest. He's going to go the distance here, I'm pretty sure, Leon Harth, but he's lost every round. But maybe going the distance, completing that full 12 rounds, well, it is an achievement of sorts. But he needs a knockout. He needs something absolutely spectacular. Every now and again, he's managed to do that, which is just get low, come up, close enough and let his hands go, but he's not really landed clean on GADGIMAGOMEDOV at any point in the fight that I can recall. Good series of 1-2s there from GADGIMAGOMEDOV, and could follow it up here as he's got him back on the ropes. Works up and down with the jab. It's been a well-paced display, this from GADGIMAGOMEDOV. He has dictated the pace. At times, he's upped it and looked to get after Leon Harth. Mid-fight, I did think that he might be able to bring enough heat that Harth might wilt, but GADGIMAGOMEDOV is the one in there. He obviously didn't really feel like that was the case, and I think he maybe took a couple of rounds off, 8 and 9, and then he's looking to try and finish really strong here again. But one of the only ways that this could have gone wrong for him would have been if he'd blown a gasket, and rather than just win the rounds by a decent margin, won rounds by a huge margin and emptied his tank.
Leon, don't do that.
But he was never going to fall for that.
Yes.
That's a lovely right hand, a strong right hand. Harth comes firing back. GADGIMAGOMEDOV just beckoned him in to stand his ground and fight, and the Russian has really looked to put on a show in this final round. I think he's going to run out of time, but it's been a good performance, a very, very dominant display. And he's just getting him going a little bit at the end, maybe. But he's going to see the fight out here, Leon Harth. Here's the final bell. GADGIMAGOMEDOV raises his gloves. He's won that fight 120 points to 108. I don't see how you could give Leon Harth any of those 12 rounds. And he did stand up to some pretty heavy punishment at times. But there was quite a big gulf in class between the two fighters. We suspected there might be. We suspected that there would be. And it proved to be the case. And so GADGIMAGOMEDOV has made a successful first defence. And after this, I think he'll be looking straight for that unification. The IBF and the WBO don't have Bridgerweight world champions currently. The WBC have an interim champion in Kevin Lorraine, and their champion, Lawrence Okoli, is vacated. So Lorraine may well be elevated to full champion, in which case that would be the fight that GADGIMAGOMEDOV would look to go after. But that, for me, is a shutout in favour of the home fighter.
Добро пожаловать в ринг, абсолютный чемпион мира в полутяжелом весе Artur BATYRGAZIEV.
And the now undisputed light heavyweight champion of the world, Artur BATYRGAZIEV, being welcomed up into the ring to present the belt, maybe, to give the belt back to GADGIMAGOMEDOV.
Дамы и господа, прежде чем мы узнаем имя победителя, ваши аплодисменты обоим боксерам за этот яркий и потрясающий бой. Итак, дамы и господа, после 12 раундов бокса обратимся к судейским запискам. Все трое судей, Густаво Падилья, Рикардо Дункан и Сильвестре Абаинза, одинаково оценили этот бой 120-108. Таким образом, единогласным решением судей победу одержал и остается не знающим поражений чемпионом мира WBA Muslim GADGIMAGOMEDOV.
So GADGIMAGOMEDOV is still the WBA Bridgerweight world champion. For me, that was a shutout against Leon Harth. And it'll be very interesting to see what he does now.
экс-чемпион мира по версии WBA в полусреднем весе Александр Беспутин. Также добро пожаловать в ринг чемпион мира среди любителей весовой категории до 57 килограммов, претендент на титул чемпиона мира IBA Миразизбек Мирзахалилов, Узбекистан. А также приветствуйте многократный чемпион России, чемпион Европы, действующий чемпион мира IBA Всеволод Шумков, Россия. Итак, дамы и господа, рядом со мной в ринге экс-чемпион мира среди профессионалов в полусреднем весе по версии WBA Александр Беспутин. Чемпион мира среди любителей Миразизбек Мирзахалилов, Узбекистан. И действующий чемпион мира IBA Всеволод Шумков, Россия. Совсем недавно, в конце сентября, эти бойцы в Баку провели напряженный 10-раундовый поединок за титул чемпиона IBA. Как вы видите, пояс у себя сохранил Всеволод Шумков, но этот бой был очень близким и оставил много вопросов. Президент IBA Умар Назарович Кремлев назначил незамедлительный реванш, который должен пройти уже в январе 2025 года. И сейчас оба боксера вновь окажутся друг напротив друга и посмотрят друг другу в глаза. Они проведут битву взглядов face-to-face. Дамы и господа, Всеволод Шумков, Россия, Миразизбек Мирзахалилов, Узбекистан. Январь. Бой за звание титул чемпиона мира IBA.
A fight being made there between Murzakhilov and Shumkov. That should be very, very interesting. Next up, we've got Albert BATYRGAZIEV defending his IBA world title at 60 kilos against Albert Pagara of the Philippines. He was expecting to face Nicholas Walters, that changed. But his focus will still be as laser-like as always. A very good performance last time we saw him box in SUBKHANKULOV against John O'Carroll. Pagara, very good record, 35 wins and 1 defeat, a long time since that defeat as well, all the way back in 2016.
Дамы и господа, нас ожидает главное событие вечера. 10-раундовый поединок за титул чемпиона мира IBA в весовой категории до 60 килограммов. И первым добро пожаловать в ринг боксер, представляющий Филиппины, Альберт Пагара.
So here comes Pagara. That defeat against Cesar Juarez in the USA in 2016. That was at super bantamweight, so he's come up a bit in weight since then. won intercontinental titles with the IBF and the WBO. Not been very active though. This is his 5th fight in nearly 6 years. During that time, he's moved from 122 pounds now to 135. His last fight was a win by majority decision. That was over 10 rounds at this weight at lightweight in June in the Philippines.
Дамы и господа, а сейчас приветствуйте на пути в золотой угол ринга действующий чемпион из России Альберт Батыргазиев!
Albert BATYRGAZIEV, Olympic champion in Tokyo. 3-0 as a pro when he won that Olympic gold, became the first pro boxer to take gold in the Olympics. 11-0 as a professional, closing in on that WBA super featherweight title. They were hoping to make the fight against the champion Lamont Roach. He's now fighting Gervonta Davis. He looked very good, BATYRGAZIEV, in his previous outing against John O'Carroll. I was there ringside and he touched down with a glove in the early rounds after being caught with a right hook. The referee missed it. It should have been called a knockdown, but after that he responded really well and picked Carroll apart and forced a stoppage. Carroll, a good fighter, an experienced fighter, a tough fighter, and he really went at BATYRGAZIEV, hoping to find some kind of weakness at professional level in the former amateur star, but there was none to be found.
Дамы и господа, Международная боксерская ассоциация, ее президент Умар Назарович Кремлев, генеральный партнер IBA «Газпром», промоутерские компании «Динамо Боксинг» и «Iron and Gloves Promotions» при масштабной поддержке правительства Республики Башкортостан представляют вашему вниманию главный бой вечера. 10-раундовый поединок за титул чемпиона мира IBA в весовой категории до 60 килограммов. И сейчас, дамы и господа, прошу приветствуйте официальный гимн Международной боксерской ассоциации IBA. Дамы и господа, для участников титульного поединка звучат национальные гимны их стран. И первым звучит гимн Филиппин. Дамы и господа, звучит государственный гимн Российской Федерации. Итак, дамы и господа, нас ожидают 10 раундов бокса за титул чемпиона мира IBA в весовой категории до 60 килограммов. Представляю соперников и первым боксера в черном углу ринга. Ему 30 лет. Его рост 168 сантиметров. На весах он показал 59,8 килограмма. Он представляет Кагаян де Оро, Филиппины. Его рекорд насчитывает 35 побед, только одно поражение, 24 победы нокаутом. Чемпион IBF Asia в легком весе. Чемпион IBF и WBO Intercontinental во втором легчайшем весе. Альберт Принц Пагара. Его сопернику в золотом углу ринга 26 лет. Его рост 169 сантиметров, а вес 59,9 килограмма. Он представляет Нижневартовск, Россия. Четырехкратный чемпион России, олимпийский чемпион Токио, не знающий поражений, с рекордом 11 боев, 11 побед, 8 из них нокаутом. Временный чемпион мира по версии WBA во втором полулегком весе, действующий чемпион мира IBA, гордость российского бокса, Альберт «Альба» Батыргазиев. Рефери поединка Сергей Журкин, Россия.
Head up, no low blow, no holding. Listen and follow my command. Good luck.
Touch of gloves between the two. Now with BATYRGAZIEV. Boxing out of that gold corner. Albert Pagara of the Philippines. Giving away 4 years in age. And you look at BATYRGAZIEV, and 26 years old with all that amateur experience behind him, and now in his 12th professional fight and the progress he's made. Everything looks like it's being timed very, very nicely. And it'll be good to see a big performance from him tonight. This for his IBA World 60-kilo title. So there's 132 pounds rather than the 130 pounds of super featherweight. BATYRGAZIEV in the dark green, black and gold, Pagara in the luminous green. Just chipping away with the jab there, BATYRGAZIEV goes up and down with it. He's got a long, long reach on him. Wide shoulders. Pretty wide stance, he's got that nice balance. See that left hand into the body there. It was a really good performance against John O'Carroll. As I say, he touched down with the glove and it should have been called a knockdown in the early rounds. He was caught with a right hook high on the head, and Carroll went after him from the start, actually. He said during the week that, yes, OK, fine, he was a very, very good amateur, but that didn't mean that he would make a good pro. He was going to drag him in deep and see if he could swim, and as it turned out, he very much could. But I think it was the right thing for Carroll to try and do. And he gave it every shot, really. But BATYRGAZIEV was up to the challenge. Pagara not offering too much early on here. Good work to the body there for BATYRGAZIEV. Nice variation. Pagara just tucking up in that opening round and just having a look, really, more than anything else. That was straightforward for BATYRGAZIEV. He's put that opener in his pocket without any problems. He might need to be careful, Pagara, if he's going to try and defend himself like that. Just try and tuck up behind the shoulder and move his head, because he's not really looking at where the punches are coming from there. And BATYRGAZIEV is one of these fighters who has got a long, long reach. The punches travel further than you probably think they're going to. And if you're going to pull onto the back foot, particularly up against the ropes, where you're trapped, feeling like you can ride shots, you might find that you can't. quite in range just yet, BATYRGAZIEV, in this round. Pagara lets go with a right hand. Just holding out that left hand to try and keep BATYRGAZIEV at bay, just to block his vision slightly. BATYRGAZIEV goes to the body and then just tries to curl that left hand in round the back there. Just turn the fist over, turn the knuckles over. Pagara out of range there. He's staying on the borderline at best. BATYRGAZIEV working to the body. He's not done anything at all yet, Albert Pagara, really. It is early, of course. Steps in and looks to let a 1-2 go there. I do wonder how ambitious he's going to be here, though, if I'm honest. Not putting too much on these punches, BATYRGAZIEV, just working those hands, moving those hands. He knows that there's not much coming back here from Pagara, who might just come back with the odd flurry. I think this may be what we see here when you've got an opponent who was looking to kind of tuck up, really not give an awful lot away, and then mount the odd attack. In other words, not be particularly ambitious. This is kind of what you get. He will throw the odd flurry because he wants to try and keep BATYRGAZIEV with something to think about and maintain almost the illusion that he's trying to win, but in reality that is not necessarily the case. It might seem early for me to make that kind of judgment, but that's what this looks like. That could work, that left hand, I think. The way he slung it in and turned the knuckles over. So into the third. Just dipping his knees there, BATYRGAZIEV, working down to the body. And he's using that reach, keeping this at distance. Good left hand there. Pagara steps in and throws the 1-2.
Head up, like, head up.
Иди за выходом, говорю. Давай в обратное место. Двойка живот. Двойка живот. Куда надо, вылазь. Монтай, монтай. Спокойно, живот. Жив живот.
Again, just switching up there, BATYRGAZIEV. And this is what he's doing so far. You can see he's not putting loads into these punches. He's just letting his hands go. And again, he's looking for that left hand in round the back there. He's slinging it in, kind of lassoing it in, trying to find a gap around the back of that right glove to connect with the knuckles.
Stop! Time. Please.
Is the shoelace undone? I think that could be the problem. He was just blinking his eye a touch there, Pagara, as well.
Box.
Nice solid 1-2 there from BATYRGAZIEV, and that's backed him up. Pagara, I think, felt that one, unless he's just trying to sucker him into the corner, into the final minute of round 3. Trying to keep that guard high. The Filipino, left to the body from BATYRGAZIEV. Manages to find his way out of the corner eventually there, Pagara. And I think what we have here is what we had in the previous fight, and I suspected we might, which is a big difference in levels between these two fighters. Pagara, I think, will stick to his task in the way that Leon HARTH did to an extent, slightly different stylistically, but just as GADGIMAGOMEDOV was a lot better than Leon HARTH, Albert BATYRGAZIEV, I think it's quite apparent, is a lot better than Albert Pagara.
No low blow. No low blow goal. Stop!
Накопительно должна быть. И сам внимательный, понял? Накопим, когда надо будет, будем прибавлять еще.
Step back. Box.
Into the fourth, and BATYRGAZIEV again just stepping in there and looking to let those hands go. Pagara, a little bit bolder there, comes forward and tries to throw that right hand. And the first 3 rounds have gone by, and he's 3 rounds down, Pagara, and he'll be aware that he needs to do something. I think there's been a clash of heads there. Has there been a cut on the forehead there of Pagara? He's dabbing at the forehead. I don't think there is necessarily. It can be hard for fighters to tell because you have a clash of heads and you'll feel that bit of warmth, whether it's just the blood coming to the surface of a slight bruise or it's an actual cut, and it's difficult to know what it is. So that's often why you'll see a fighter dab with the glove and then look at the glove just to check. But there again, just nice economy from BATYRGAZIEV. Goes up to the head, then goes down to the body, and he sinks that head in between those big shoulders and makes himself quite a difficult target to find. And he'll know that he's probably booking in for a long job here because, well, Pagara just shaking up that left hand. Maybe there's a slight problem with that left arm now, and again, he's just been tattooed there by BATYRGAZIEV, who is going through the process here of trying to break his man down. If you're up against somebody who is looking to not give too much away and is more defensively minded, then what it means is they'll be braced for most of what you throw, and if a pro fighter is braced for punches, then they can generally take them and survive them, and that's why the variety of angle of punch, of weight of punch is really important here for BATYRGAZIEV, because he's got to try and hit Pagara with something that he's not really ready for. So he has to dress it up in a way that he doesn't quite see it coming, or it crashes through with a bit more power than he's really expecting. Again, he just shakes out that lead hand there, Pagara. I think there is something wrong. Or it could be that he's laying the foundations for a retirement. Again, that might sound like a harsh thing to say, but he is getting worked over. Good jab. Smile there from Pagara. Touch of gloves between the two. BATYRGAZIEV doing what he needs to do here. And he's looking good doing it.
Опять-таки живот прикармливай, контролируй заднюю руку, левый сбоку контроль.
Группа компаний «Садовое кольцо», федеральный девелопер, который создает России, Московской области, Татарстане и Башкортостане.
Не задерживайся, только закрываться начинаете, не попадайте через угол. Все, движение и угол, смена угла работы, смена угла работы.
На последние квартиры скидка 25%. Не упустите свой шанс.
Нормально, пока все вот в таком же темпе держи. Ну, так нормально. Чередуй.
Секунданты за ринг. Seconds out.
RC.
Well, this is the problem that we spoke about previously with that lead arm, with that left arm. And I did say that he'd been shaking it out, that there was an issue. And I did also say that possibly he was laying the foundation for a corner retirement, and that is what has happened. I'm not saying that the injury isn't genuine. I would not accuse a fighter of that, but he was up against it in there. It was only heading one way, and if there was also a problem with the left arm there, then rather than just tough this out for round upon round when you've only got one arm in operation and you're up against somebody who's quite simply a lot better than you, then the wise thing to do is to pull out, which is what has happened. And BATYRGAZIEV gets a very straight forward win. Conversation between the pair of them, always respect between fighters. He was supposed to fight Nicholas Walters, so Pagara came in at relatively short notice, so he needs to be thanked for taking the step up and making sure that BATYRGAZIEV was still able to box tonight. And when you looked at their respective records, you knew that there was a big difference between the two of them, and that has turned out to be a very straightforward outing for Albert BATYRGAZIEV, who retains his IBA world title at 60 kilos.
Дамы и господа, поединок остановлен ввиду отказа боксера из черного угла от продолжения боя. Таким образом, техническим нокаутом в 5-м раунде победу одержал и остается чемпионом мира IBA Альберт Батыргазиев, Россия.
So BATYRGAZIEV retains that title he won against Lazaro Alvarez. And he's done it in decent style. And as announced by the MC, that's Mark Petrosky in the background there in the suit. I remember seeing him win a World Championship gold medal in Serbia in 2021 in dramatic fashion. He was in war after war after war. And there's some highlights from earlier in the night. Azaliya, AMINEVA. Artur SUBKHANKULOV. Muslim GADGIMAGOMEDOV retaining his WBA Bridgerweight title. And of course, BATYRGAZIEV. Still to come, Danis GABDRAFIKOV, a hometown fighter, up against Jean Junior MESSI ELIME of Cameroon.
Дамы и господа, мы идем далее. И на очереди 6-раундовый поединок весовых категорий до 67 килограммов. Добро пожаловать в черный угол ринга. Боксер из Камеруна MESSI ELIME.
So here comes MESSI ELIME of Cameroon. 9 fights, 8 wins, 1 defeat. Lives these days in Dubai. And that's where he's done most of his pro boxing. His last fight was there. That was in June, a 3rd round stoppage against Albano Clement. Tough task for him tonight, but we've had an African winner in the away corner already, and our opening fight of the night, of course.
А вот и его соперник, который сейчас займет золотой угол ринга. Он представляет Уфу, Башкортостан. Приветствуйте, Данис GABDRAFIKOV! Итак, дамы и господа, это 6-раундовый бой в весовой категории до 67 килограммов. Представляю соперников и первым боксера в черном углу ринга. Ему 26 лет, рост 174 сантиметра, официальный вес 67 килограммов ровно. Его впечатляющий рекорд состоит из 9 поединков. Он одержал 8 побед при всего одном поражении, в том числе 5 ярких побед нокаутом. Из Яунде, Камерун, чемпион WBA Asia East в полусреднем весе MESSI Его сопернику в золотом углу ринга 25 лет. Его рост 170 сантиметров, вес 66,5 килограмма. Мастер спорта России, двукратный чемпион Приволжского федерального округа, победитель спартакиады России с профессиональным рекордом 3 боя, 3 победы, одна из них нокаутом из Уфы, Башкортостан, Данис GABDRAFIKOV.
Four fights and 4 wins for Danis GABDRAFIKOV.
Рефери поединка Валерий Пастухов, Молдова.
Boxing out of Ufa here in August. Beat Michel Batumur of Mongolia on points.
Good luck.
Boxed for Russia as an amateur. This is our final fight of the night. So GABDRAFIKOV boxing out of that. Gold corner in the white. ELIME in the black. Looking for the left hand into the body there, GABDRAFIKOV. Trying to put some snap on the jab there. ELIME. Just short with the jab himself there, GABDRAFIKOV.
Step back.
Nice left hand into the body. Same though from ELIME. Seen a lot of southpaws tonight, boxing out of the home corner. Looking for the right hand up close there, ELIME. Aimed the left hook, GABDRAFIKOV got underneath it. Threw the right hand off the back of it. Didn't have too much room for it, but he's trying to get close here, ELIME, and smother the space a little bit, not give GABDRAFIKOV room to work. Short right hand got through there from ELIME. GABDRAFIKOV just trying to make those adjustments, give himself a little bit more room as ELIME kind of clambers on top of him at times. That's a decent looking jab there from ELIME. It's quite an awkward opponent. Final 30 seconds of round one. End of the first round. Decent opening round between these two. Our final fight of the night, but a good night in some good contests. Started off with an upset, a defeat for Vasily Yegorov. Good win for Azaliya AMINEVA. SUBKHANKULOV in an entertaining 10-rounder against Wensong. The Chinese fighter really played his part. Muslim GADGIMAGOMEDOV went down the stretch with Leon HARTH and completely dominated proceedings. BATYRGAZIEV will maybe be a little bit frustrated with the contest he just found himself in against Pagara. It was a 4-round spar, really, and then an early finish. But as mentioned previously, I don't want to be too critical of Pagara, because if he's got that injury to the left arm and he's not really seeing anything to make him believe that he could turn it around with 2 arms, let alone 1, then that was all he could do. And now it's GABDRAFIKOV up against MESSI ELIME. They're scheduled for 6 into the second.
Hold in. Hold in. Stay back. Stay back. Back. Stay back.
Good jab from GABDRAFIKOV. That's a neat left as well. The way through it, he looked like he was going to go to the head, and then he just looped it down into the stomach. ELIME's always quick to get his feet back in front of GABDRAFIKOV. He's trying to stay on him and not really give him any peace here at all. Bring the pressure and see if GABDRAFIKOV has got the arsenal to keep him off, has got the power to keep him honest and keep him at bay. He's a muscular kind of fighter, the Cameroonian, and there you see again. Just hurries up those feet, gets across the ring at GABDRAFIKOV. Bell goes at the end of the second.
Двигаешься и стреляешь сам. Впереди стреляешь. Так, так.
Good use of the jab again there from GABDRAFIKOV. But that's what he likes to do, ELIME, is just sweep away to that right-hand side and throw the right hand into the body. Gets up close there. And again, he's looking to try and be physical with GABDRAFIKOV. He's tried to impose himself on him right from the start of the fight. In terms of technique, GABDRAFIKOV is the better fighter. Nice 1-2 there, and then just rolled away. But ELIME is bringing some good pressure here. There's not been much in these rounds. Long right hand from the Cameroonian, and again just drops his height there slightly, goes to the body. And he is forcing GABDRAFIKOV to back up here. He's not under insane pressure, he's giving the ground as much as he's been forced to give it. That was better, left hand then through the right hook and moved off to his right. But he's been made to work hard, and that kind of long, swinging left hand, designed really to get him off the ropes there. I think he knows, GABDRAFIKOV, that that's unlikely to land, given how far back he threw it from, but it causes your opponent to take a step back, and then you can move.
Hold in.
Short right hand there from ELIME. There's the trainer. Nice 1-2 there from GABDRAFIKOV. That was good, just used the ropes. But then a single right hand, that right hand lead just catches him. It's a good fight, this. I think we could be in for a very interesting second half. Closing stages of round 3, just jabs his way in and then looks for the right to the body there, ELIME. So halfway through this one, scheduled for 6 at welterweight. Danis GABDRAFIKOV in the white, in the gold corner. This is ELIME in the black corner. That's a good right hand from ELIME, and that was the one that pushed him back into the ropes. It just caused his knees to dip a little bit there. Into the fourth. And a tight fight so far. ELIME, as I've been saying, has brought some good front foot pressure. GABDRAFIKOV has picked some decent shots at times. But ELIME again there, half blocks that one, and then he's just straight back in front of GABDRAFIKOV. Nice 1-2 there, though, from the Russian. And then manages to turn out of the corner. But what he can't do is admire his own work. He threw the 1-2, then he stepped off, and then ELIME is immediately looking to cover him. And then he had to work to get back into some open canvas. ELIME is not going to leave him alone, not for 1 second of this. midway through the round. A little bit untidy at times, but he managed to get himself free there, GABDRAFIKOV, and then let his hands go. Well, the referee had said stop, and that was a little bit naughty from ELIME, but no particular harm done. Again, he's just backing up slightly there, GABDRAFIKOV. He's looking to try and catch ELIME coming forward. Throws a 1-2, committed to it, just about got there with it. Final 30 seconds of round 4. Looking for the uppercut on the inside there, GABDRAFIKOV. He nearly landed it. Just as he was aiming it, ELIME moved in and squashed it, really. ELIME just trying to muscle in that right hand. GABDRAFIKOV showing some decent feet. There's that 1-2. He gets good extension on that at times. Head's almost coming together on the inside there. Trading jabs, early stages around 5, and then ELIME steps in behind that right hand again. I'm not sure how clean that landed. But he's got quite an effective basic method here, ELIME. Comes a bit square there and throws a right hand, but I think that one did get through. Off the back of a big winging left hook, which didn't land, but left him in a good position to throw the right.
Step back. Step back.
Tu commences au corps. Voilà, tu commences au corps.
Gets close and ELIME just sets those feet and looks to really shovel those hands in. GABDRAFIKOV had dipped quite low at the waist and managed to avoid most of it. But visually, judges will like that. They'll see ELIME going forward, they'll see him being proactive, they'll see him throwing plenty. GABDRAFIKOV has looked to box more on the back foot and pick his punches, and that's the optic of this fight, really. I don't think there's been an awful lot in this at all. In terms of punches landed, clean punches landed. The best shot was that right hand from ELIME that caused GABDRAFIKOV's knees to dip a bit. The referee just having the word with ELIME about turning his back, which I don't think he did deliberately. Good jab there from ELIME, heading towards the final 30 seconds of round 5. There's that big winging left hand, but again, he throws that to get himself out of the corner and off the ropes there. GABDRAFIKOV. He flings it in, moves straight in behind it, and either he ends up on ELIME's shoulder, they clinch, and he's away from where he was, or ELIME sees it coming, backs up, and he can step out and get away from where he was, which was in a little bit of a spot on the ropes. ELIME, again, just trying to bring the pressure towards the end of the round, and a strong finish to the round is always a good thing. And as we head into the final round here, it's difficult to say which way this one is going to go from my viewpoint anyway. Again, there's another right hand. It didn't seem all that strong, but he just catches him coming forward. It causes him to slightly stagger backwards a bit. I think the corner are telling him, due to the urgency of the tone there, that he's got to go out and win this final round, and I absolutely make them right there. I absolutely make them right. Throughout the course of the fight, it's looked like ELIME has been the more proactive. He's been the one trying to make the fight coming forward, trying to make things happen. Now, that by itself should not win you a fight. But when it's pretty level in all other areas, in terms of punches landed and damage done, if you like, then it does. It will. Correctly, and that could well count in his favour when we get towards the decision here. Short right hand again there. It's not that clean, it's not that good looking. It's a bit ugly, to be honest, but that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what it looks like, it just matters what lands. Good right hand again there from ELIME. And he's having a good 6th round so far, 1 minute in. And GABDRAFIKOV, I think, has got to do a bit more here. Another good right hand from ELIME. And he could be on for another away corner win here. GABDRAFIKOV did land on the inside there, though. Heading towards the final minute, and again he's just inching forward with that front foot there. ELIME, GABDRAFIKOV holds his ground and pumps out the 1-2. ELIME just steps into a lead left hook. He's not been brilliant at stopping punching when the referee has given the instruction to stop at times. MESSI ELIME just pulling back there, but didn't quite manage to stay out of range of the 1-2. GABDRAFIKOV. He's had the better of the final round here, the Cameroonian. And it may well be enough to win him the fight. Right hand into the body. Let's go, champ, is the cry from the ELIME corner. And again, he just steps in, lets the right hand go, working on the inside. GABDRAFIKOV trying to respond in the final few seconds. There goes the bell, and a little bit of afters. ELIME raises a glove, and I think he may well have done enough there. I think he has done enough. I think he's outworked GABDRAFIKOV. GABDRAFIKOV at times did pick some good punches. But but he was out-muscled really by ELIME. He was always looking to bring the pressure, to get on top of him. And when he got into range, just let his hands go. At times the technique wasn't perfect. It looked a little bit ragged, a little bit, as I said, ugly. But he just let those punches go. And he never gave GABDRAFIKOV a moment's peace. We'll have to wait and see what the judges made of it. But as I said, we've already had one away corner win. That was in the opening fight of the night. A big victory for Immanuel Joseph of Namibia. Could we have another one here for the Dubai-based Cameroonian?
Итак, дамы и господа, прежде чем мы узнаем имя победителя, ваши аплодисменты обоим боксерам за этот ярчайший и бескомпромиссный поединок. Итак, дамы и господа, после 6 раундов бокса единогласным решением судей победу по очкам одержал и остается не знающий поражений Danis GABDRAFIKOV.
Danis GABDRAFIKOV gets the decision. I'll make him slightly fortunate there. There were close rounds in there. It wasn't necessarily the easiest to score, but I think MESSI ELIME can count himself somewhat unlucky. But GABDRAFIKOV gets the win and moves on. And that concludes the night's boxing from Ufa. Been an interesting card. There's been an interesting card. And we finish here with some highlights of that fight we have just seen. ELIME just stepping forward. As I said, at times it was a little bit untidy, but the greater physicality of ELIME caused GABDRAFIKOV problems. He was looking to try and back up and pick his punches. His opponent came forward. It wasn't an easy thing to do. It's not that he did manage to do it at times, such as there he did. And there were rounds in there that weren't particularly easy to score. It was a close fight. But I think ELIME might feel that he didn't quite get the rub of the green there, but such is life. GABDRAFIKOV gets the win. And that concludes our action from Ufa on this IBA Champions Night. Do join us again for the next one in a couple of weeks' time, I believe, from Samara. So much action coming your way via IBA. In the meantime, take it easy, everybody. We will catch you soon enough.
болельщики бокса! Рады приветствовать всех на таком масштабном мероприятии. Сейчас от компании King Store и Федерации бокса Республики Башкортостан мы проведем розыгрыш 100 подарков среди участников. Сразу отвечу на вопрос, где получить подарок. На первом уровне, рядом с 10-м сектором, стоят промоутеры, которые проверят выполнение условий. Итак, смотрим Telegram. Сейчас мы опубликуем итоги розыгрыша. 100 победителей.